Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are premiering, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Rod, Kimberly Schmidt, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B. Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for the second of today's live shows.
Can you just take it in general as there is a knower, there's a creator, and then you move on from there with your own whatever, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be. And then he had a hang up because of the quantum eraser experiment. He had a hang up with, oh, so these guys in the lab can manipulate something. Like, well, no, that's why QE exploded, because he was like, it doesn't. The guys don't have to be in the lab.
That's the
whole thing, and that's the part of he doesn't understand the experiment.
No,
That's
but
what
he's
it is.
also relating. You see, when you said perception, I can see now why he's relating it to chi. They're two very different things, but for somehow he's thinking that manipulation of chi is in some way linked to the quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but
guys, Nathan,
I
back?
Which it may well be.
Hey,
but
Nathan. Maybe.
Nathan,
Hello,
You know.
yes, I'm just doing stuff.
you restarting the show or
Yes.
Okay.
what's going on, Nathan?
Yes.
All right, let's put this on the back burner. We'll continue
he's
later.
restarting in a
This is
minute.
very good.
There
Very
you
good
go,
conversation.
There you go, champ. Way to pull through, coach. Let's get this thing on the road.
On
We'll
the road
continue this
again.
conversation later.
I did
Yeah,
bring
that's
him
no
and
problem.
ask, but we was nattering so much I forgot to tell you he was coming back. Sorry.
Ideally, that won't be the end of the conversation, just because I've come back.
Oh, you
No.
You can-
That's just Arwen's fault. That was just Arwen's fault.
Yeah, thanks,
this-
Arwen.
you sound a little
Very low,
muted,
by the
Nathan.
way.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
just doing
gonna
things.
say,
I'm just
does Nathan
busy.
sound
Just
extra
ignore
low?
me temporarily. Is that okay?
A little higher.
Ugh.
That's
You're
best.
temporarily low. He's temporarily low.
No, that last was good.
Question then for the Christians, right? If we're looking at chi and we meditate, is there anything in the Bible that says there's nothing wrong? That there's something wrong with recognizing power systems in the body, and is that opposed by Christianity? I don't see that. I don't see it as magic. It's not divining anything.
Again, I don't. It depends what chi is representing. Like when I had my meetings, should I say, or discussions with people who were practicing yoga, I said, "There's nothing wrong with exercises, but this mantra that you're chanting is a prayer to a Hindu god. Why is that included?" And they said, "I'm not praying to no Hindu god." And so we went to the master of the yoga center, and sure enough, they admitted that the chant, the mantra, is a prayer to a Hindu god. And they were shocked that they would introduce a prayer to a Hindu god in a wonderful exercise program and meditation. So it depends what you do with it, Adam.
Exactly. So well, I think that's not necessarily part of the meditation. We could have bowls, aren't you, if you want to get that same resonance, because the mantra is to generate a frequency, a sound frequency. Now, that can be generated in other ways. It doesn't require prayer. It's the same as a Cistercian monk. They're activating the same energy channels with their mantras, which would be Christian mantra. It's the resonation.
I mean, people exercise to music. People like music when they exercise, whatever.
So the point I'm being is that within viewing how an energy system within the body works, it's not, to me,
not in
reclusive
not
of Christianity. It doesn't.
No, I don't have a problem with it, because God made my body, and there's resonance in my body. And I was an athlete who really, buffeted my body to get in shape to be a wrestler. So I know what top shape feels like, and I love it. I'm too old for it now, but I got no problem with any of that. It's when you assign it to the different belief systems rather than what the body itself is.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by, if the show is still working, hopefully it is, the Adam Meakin, 10th Man Rising, Brian's Logic, Chocolate Saying, Neil, Eli, and Arwin. So welcome one and all, together with a bunch of people in Discord who have still hung around. So welcome to you too.
Hello again.
Hello, hello.
We're back.
We are back. Right, we covered in part A of this live show, my computer, well, not my computer, but the encoder for OBS crashed, which is a bit of a bummer, but there we go. We've started again after a lot of fiddling and tweaking, and we're going to do the second housekeeping question and hopefully actually get to the video we'll react to today, which is about the Black Swan, completely devoid of anything we've covered to date. Meanwhile, is there any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
If there was, there would have to be some kind of motion detected that the Earth is moving, and they look at the stars that are moving and say that's because the Earth is moving. And if that's the case, then there's an easy way to find out if that's true, and that's get off the Earth that's supposedly moving, that gives the apparent motion of the stars to us. So when you get off the Earth is still not moving, like if you hover over it in a hot air balloon, or if you take a drone and have it stationary. And then you have a camera on the stars, and the stars are moving still. So it's a moot point.
A
Well,
mute
airplane.
point.
Sorry.
Moot.
Moot.
Indeed.
Airplane pilots, helicopter pilots, and they then never have to account for it, no matter what direction they fly. They never have to account for it. I mean, officially within the globe model, they try and claim that you would have to account for it flying north to south or south to north, so due south or due north. You have to account for it. This is what they're claiming within their nonsense, but obviously you would have to account for east to west as well and west to east. But regardless of that, I know for a fact, and I've proven, that there is no airline pilots that account for the rotation of the Earth in any direction, including north to south, south to north. Doesn't happen. They don't do it because it's not happening. If it was happening, you would have to do it. It's that simple.
Well, you'd have shorter flight times, right, Brian?
Well, you would have situations where certain flights wouldn't be possible. Either wouldn't be possible at all,
Well,
or they would have to happen with drastic changes. You know, so
well, if the Earth is moving at a certain location, 900 miles per hour, and the plane that only has a top speed of 600 miles per hour, you can never get to your destination if you went in the same direction. But conversely stated, if you're coming from the opposite direction, you should get to your destination quicker because Earth is coming at you at 900 and you're going at it at 600. None of that ever happens.
well,
I think the entire travel industry would be different, because if you can get off the ground and destinations are either heading towards you or away from you, things wouldn't work the way they work today in reality.
Okay, I'll take that as a no.
To me, on there.
No, I was going to move on to the video, but if you've got more to add on Coriolis effect, lack thereof,
I have as
Globulus
well.
effect,
After Adam,
feel free.
I'd throw a different one in, and 10th highlighted it. The most obvious claim that a baller should make for rotation is the stars moving over our heads at night. We can see it, and they attribute that to Earth rotation, and that to me has been settled not with science but with logic and Airy's failure. So a demonstration to ascertain what was moving, whether it was the surface that was moving or the sky that was rotating above a station ring. We used telescopes, tilt angles, and I won't go into it too much, but look it up, Airy's failure, and you'll see that the reason it's called a failure is he failed to show it rotating. The way in which the light transits down the telescope, there isn't the movement that would be there if it was the Earth that was rotating to create the effect. And Airy's failure demonstrates that it's the stars that are rotating above a stationary plane, and not the reverse. So Airy's failure, it's an old one, but I say it's not science. It's a very good demonstration, which allows you to distinguish which is moving, which reference frame is the one that's moving.
Okay,
Well,
go on, Brian.
I won't hold you up too long, Nathan. I specifically, why I worked off of just a straight London, UK to Accra, Ghana flight, and why I use that in specific with this argument with anyone is because if I use an east to west or west to east flight for a start, then the opposition can hand wave that away and tell somebody who doesn't know any different that I don't understand the heliocentric globe model, and then show them where it says in the heliocentric globe model that you will have the conservation of momentum carrying you along when you're going north, east to west, and west to east, right? Now we know that's rubbish, right? But for someone who doesn't know any different, that could be the point they stop at and walk away. Whereas I use the London to Accra flight because that's an international flight from one big international city to another. It's direct north to south. I don't have to talk about Coriolis effect. Nobody needs to know about Coriolis effect or the globe's incorrect claim of what Coriolis effect, because what they're claiming is that what the globe heliocentrists actually claim is an actual deviation, not an apparent deviation. The Coriolis effect is an apparent deviation, whereas their claim is an actual deviation. So I don't have to talk about any of that. I don't have to go into the Coriolis effect or explain it to anyone. I just saw this flight from here to here, and that is directly in line with the globe model. They can't argue against it. There is no accounting for rotation. This is the one that's supposed to be accounting for. This is the very thing, the benchmark that's supposed to prove the Earth is rotating. And that shows there's just that one flight. There's a load of flights you could have chose, but London to Accra, it's easy, just go back to the same one. I don't have to talk about anything else, just London to Accra. Do they account for rotation? If they did, then this would be the consequence. Do they do that? No, because it's not rotating. That's the end of that.
Perfect.
Just
Okay.
a quick point.
Brian, how long is that flight?
It's 6.5 hours, and it's
Brian, do you remember
over,
how long that flight is?
Yeah, 6.5 hours, and it's just over 3,000 miles. If it was, if they had to account for rotation, the flight would be over 6,000 miles. So the plane would have to be flying at an average of 935, I think it is, miles an hour. And no commercial airliner can go faster than around 700 and something.
Has anybody ever heard the claim in the space industry that they fly easterly in order to achieve escape velocity?
Escape velocity to where?
Well, I'm just saying in their claim
That's
that
orbital
because
mechanics.
No, we got it. Humble. We got your claim. We know what the claim is, but in response to your claim to lead you, Adam's asking you, escape from what to what in their claim?
Oh yeah, I from to space that we know, but I'm just saying
From what?
that from the Earth, yes.
No.
But I'm just wondering. I'm just saying.
You're not being led, is what you're doing. We're trying to answer you.
Oh,
I don't really know what you want me to do other than answer you, but that involves you playing along while we lead you.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
No,
okay. Let's try that one more time then, Humble. So we've got one part to space. The question Adam asked.
Yes.
Yeah, we've now spent a good 2-3 minutes just answering a simple question that we've got half the answer from you. Okay. So to space. From what? Not from Earth. No.
Oh, okay. Oh no, but my point was to do with what the other gentleman was
my God!
Oh,
We're answering your question, Humble. This is irritating. You've asked, what about escape velocity? All right, okay. Adam pauses for a moment and thinks, how can I phrase this in a way that will lead him to understand the problems that question poses for a heliocentrist? So he very carefully packages up a question for you to lead you to the conclusion of how this doesn't work. His question, third time. Escaping from what to what? So we've got space. Now, we didn't need to go through why space isn't real, but we've only got half the answer to his question. Now, bumbling around it and telling me what you're trying to achieve, well, we're trying to answer that question about escape velocity is just frustrating. Can't you just play along and answer the other half of the question he asked? From what? Not Earth. Earth's what?
Oh, okay.
Alternatively, I don't know. I don't know where you're leading me. That's another fine answer.
Oh, I don't know where you're leading
Earth's
me. Sorry.
Atmosphere. Sphere-shaped air held on Earth with gravity. Escape through the Kármán line, the non-barrier. That's where it's escaping from. So, to answer your question about this problem with escape velocity, what does it involve? Escaping from atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, gas go down, go boom, boom with gravity 9.8 meters per second squared into 10 to the minus 17 torr space that gas isn't expanding into. It sounds riddled. Do you see why we wanted to lead you now, Humble?
Yes, And believe me, I'm there with you on that. I was just saying that they were talking about the speed and how that would be affecting such as the time flight times, right? So I was just trying to add to that as another indication of how they use the rotation of the Earth to indicate how it affects the speed of a vehicle. The vehicle being the claim that they're going to send one from the Earth into this imagined place. And as a part of that discussion, they say we have to get this vehicle to a certain speed. And the reason we flight in this direction is because the western movement of the Earth with our eastern movement of our craft allows our craft to achieve that speed.
Okay, so and how do they convince you of that? Yeah, they
Oh no, I'm
describe it
not
in
convinced of
mathematics,
it.
don't they? Yeah, but
No,
it needs
I'm
to be
joining
described.
with
Humble. We've listened to you. He's got 3 words out, and you're talking straight over the top of him. I don't bloody believe it. Go ahead, Adam.
Okay, so why do they have to describe it now mathematically? It's to try and help reify it. If we can calculate what the speed would have to be to do these impossible things that it couldn't do, but if we could calculate the speed of it, does that add proof? Because we've got a calculation, a description mathematically of what it would do in this impossible situation.
Prefect.
yeah, perfect. Yeah, I okay.
So if you attack the foundations of the principles of the question, i.e., what about the speed transition? You're talking about Coriolis differentials, and we're saying, no, this is a separate argument to it. If they're claiming that you've got a Coriolis deflection, then we would like to observe it. Now, if they're saying we've got escape velocity, or escaping from what to what? From atmosphere to sky vacuum? Oh, no, I'm just talking within the... No, I'm just debunking it. That's the end of that. I've taken away the foundation.
Yeah, I got it. Yes. Okay. No, it's just well, I thought I was joining a chorus of examples of something, but I don't know why it turned into something else for me. I really don't.
Because you've stepped into their world to argue whether or not a camera would work on the moon. You understand? You're arguing that
Oh,
point, which is kind of. So, what would be the point? Would you be saying that those speeds are impossible to achieve, or the calculation's wrong? What would be your point of challenge to go in at this escape velocity? Are you going to say their escape velocity is wrong, or what are you
oh
challenging there?
no.
Because you're staying in their paradigm, aren't you? You're accepting we can have
Man,
gas pressure
man,
without a vacuum to do
But
this
the people,
Well,
calculation.
Adam, go ahead, Humble.
but the people who came before were basically challenging things they said too, and then just presenting an example of how it's used or why it wouldn't work, right? All I wanted to do was to just present another example of how they've used a specific thing to or to support their paradigm that the Earth is spinning one way, and when we send the craft the other direction, it achieves the speed to allow us to do this. I'm not saying I support it, I believe it. I just thought I was, anyhow, but it's okay.
No,
That's fine.
Okay, hold on.
Are you saying?
so
You've already attempted this once, and I just want to reiterate what you've just done. It's been ignored. So, Adam, adding maybe a comparison is saying, I can't remember which one it was, but I'll give whatever comes to mind, which is to say, if you're arguing about how far Earth curve will be, or whether or not we see too far, you're into the paradigm of accepting that there is Earth curve there. Now, when it comes to this, and I understand you're trying to say, look, here's another example where they talk about Earth turning underneath the craft. We get that. We're saying, however, once you introduce that to the Coriolis argument, and it's an easy to convolute argument, don't get me wrong, then that particular claim would be attacked on a different score for the person claiming it. Now, if you say, well, no, I only want to contextualize it within the Coriolis discussion, tough luck. We're saying no. To say we will allow the argument of contextual escape velocity within a begging the question Earth that's turning beneath to traverse gas pressure into sky vacuum, then we are working within the paradigm 2 steps too far for both Adam and my taste. Therefore, we're addressing you based on no. The overall goal here is to snap people who are arguing this crap out of their nonsensical paradigm, not argue within it for the heliocentric globe Earth turn claim that we are contextually taking apart when we ask the housekeeping question. We're just trying to take it to that next level for you so that you appreciate that in some examples, when we're talking about Earth turn, bearing in mind we're flat earthers here, we're not going to beg the questions twice over for them to talk about escape velocity within the begging the question of Earth turn. No, we'll just take it apart based on the lack of Coriolis and keep it nice and tight. And if we're talking about escape velocity, then we're talking about spacecraft and space. And atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, go down, go boom, boom. That's how we'll attack that, as opposed to convolute the two together, because then you're onto a loser. That's all we're trying to, or I've just explained to you, although it wasn't contextualized by Adam or I, when we just started immediately attacking a tangent point to what you're trying to interject to a Coriolis discussion. I hope that's clear.
So if I can summarize the lesson that I should be learning is don't even mention that or bring it up in an argument.
No.
Why would you?
No, because your devil's advocate question comes from the position of somebody posing it as a baller. Therefore, if somebody was in the position posing it as you have done as a baller, I would attack said baller based on their belief in space, not continue with the discussion on Coriolis exactly as we snap to a grinding halt with Adam, because of the reasons just disclosed. You can get too far into the begging the question so that you're arguing, and the only win comes if you achieve it. So if I win and answer your question about escape velocity, and I win within the context of Coriolis, what have I got to do then? I've then got to move on to debunk space. But then what was the point in debunking the contextual Coriolis escape velocity with the paradigm of space intact, just so I could debunk it? Mental masturbation, my friend. No need. Just move on to the premise of the question, which is, do we have a craft leaving, whether or not it's rotating or not is irrelevant at this stage for me debunking it, leaving atmosphere, sphere-shaped air and entering a sky vacuum? I'm not going to entertain their question because I'm happening to discuss their nonsensical belief that Earth turns beneath us to induce Coriolis. I'll just snap it straight over to the space is fake argument. Hopefully Adam will back me up and go, exactly, that's how I phrased it to you. And I said, escaping from what to what? Right. Go ahead, Adam.
That would be the point. I think Brian's, I think you say you're joining in on the analogy, and so I just want to, can you see how Brian's thing is something that everybody can do? And within their claim, they can go on a plane and they can see it, and they can see that it's not doing that. Okay. Now, within your claim, you're going to argue the mathematics of it doing it, or it doing it slightly different. So I don't see how you would want to use it for yourself as any argument for a flat earther to take apart escape velocity, because fundamentally it doesn't happen. It's not there to witness. It's not there to measure, is it? It's something that's shown to you, as I said, fundamentally as a calculation that's necessary if you believe all the impossible stuff beforehand and move forward at that point. Don't, because you can't, as Nathan said, you can't win on that point. You still got to go and deal with the points we've raised. Chuck.
Can I add something?
Bad debating skills on my part.
Hold on, Chocolate. Just let Humble give his response, and then yes, you may. Go ahead, Humble.
All I was just saying is bad debating skills on my part. Thank you.
Not bad, no. Don't take my frustration. My frustration is because of my current poverty, as opposed to your. When I say, look, it's irritating. Yeah, that's true. But I don't need to be so short with you. I've got personal issues. Just let's put it that way, just so you can just say, I can ignore that. My tone, right? Just ignore my tone, right? And don't take it to be anything that it isn't. Yeah, I might be a little bit shorter than normal, but it's an educational opportunity when you introduce two separate arguments that at the end of one being one, if I for the sake of argument, was in that position, as I've been put by you, devil's advocate Stiley, then I have to stop the whole proceedings because you're a friendly and go, no, what we are now going to do is lead you into the right direction that would be taken if you're going to win this argument. And what's winning? Well, debunking the heliocentric paradigm, not debunking a claim within the heliocentric paradigm and then another claim within it on top, which is Earth turn in the heliocentric paradigm, and how, another layer further, escape velocity with Earth turn, one step up, in the heliocentric model, one step up, works with space, the sky vacuum. So you've got 4 levels of nonsense to work your way through to achieve the win. Nah, sod that. I'm lazy. Cut it off at the knees. Escape from what to what was the... I'm concluding. Hello, god damn you. Escape from what to what is the perfect response. Adam's a sharp cookie, but it's just like we have to coax you into just answering him, let alone recognising the beauty of his question as an educational tool.
A skill that needs to be developed, truly.
Yes, Adam, go ahead, and then Chocolate was in the queue.
It's Chocolate then, Neil. I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
And then if I may.
I was just going to say, maybe I heard it differently, but maybe he's not trying to make a winning point. Maybe he's just trying to point out an inconsistency in the model. As we were just talking about how there's no Coriolis or no effect on aircraft flights, right? And he's pointing out that, well, there's definitely effect with this nonsense. Yes, it's Narnia, but they have a claim that there's an effect that they actually use, right? Now, his sarcasm might not come off the way mine does, because you guys know when I'm being sarcastic, but maybe that's what he was trying to do. I don't think he was trying to make a winning point. I could be wrong.
Go with that. Take it.
But I don't care. No offense to you, Humble. Don't close your ears. I don't care what his motive is. I just see the teaching tool and utilize it. But regardless, I know we've discussed his motive and he's maybe taken it personally. Again, no offense, Humble. If he takes it personally, it was like, well, I don't know why you're having a go at me in this regard. Why is it turning into a dig at me? Just don't take it personally. It's not. I'm always going to be appealing to the wider audience listening. And, let me know from the chat. Has this discussion helped you appreciate that getting too far into begging the questions, it's like Inception, right? You can't go too deep because you've got a long way back out again. What show number is this? Was this? Sorry, just one second. Just point
can I say something
Sorry,
now?
you can. I don't know if Chocolate's finished his point, but is this show 1826B? Yeah. Anybody?
1827.
1827. Okay, so the show that I'm just remuxing is 1827A. Okay. Just sorting out the member bit that crashed. Sorry, I shouldn't be doing 2 things at once. I do have a live show, but hopefully multitasking competent enough. Anyway,
get it back on track there. Just to address it. Listen to what my response was. It was to help you, mate. I didn't berate you. I didn't rate you. I asked you a simple question that, as Nathan spotted, was to help you on the correct path, to not go down that. So there's no animosity, mate. Just all there is, I'm being honest, is frustration because we say things and you're not hearing us. I don't think you're listening enough to what we're saying. Trying to help you.
Yeah, you seem to just
no, let's not critique him from a person. I don't care. I've just said that. Don't pick up on what I just said. No offense to him. I don't care. If he goes away in tears, yeah, I'm not going to give it a second thought. That sounds cold, but that is not the point. Now, on a personal level, if we were having a personal discussion or it was a personal issue that was at hand, different story. It isn't. It's just about convoluting too many begging the question fallacies so that you can't work your way out to defeating the globe, defeating space and sky vacuums, defeating sphere-shaped air, defeating escape velocity, and defeating Earth turn underneath with Globiolis and Coriolis. It's too much for any one man, me included. I'm struggling to just summarise it. How many bloody levels of Inception deep we are in this nonsense. Now, that's all that matters, aside from anybody's personal feelings about it.
Look, I
I'd like
do
to
this.
say something
I want to
after-
say something, please.
Yes,
I
Arwin,
said
go ahead.
after Neil.
Yes, go ahead, Arwin. Arwin, go
Right.
ahead.
So I do presuppositional deep diving a lot, right? You know this of me. I do it with Baldwin. I do it on my own show. But why it works is because I hurry it up so that your attention span can still keep sight of the original route that is making you do the presuppositions, right? If you're just going to say, oh, let's just go presuppositional there, and you're going to swim around and take your time, you're going to lose sight of the point, right? You can't take it slow when you do presuppositional deep diving because everybody's going to be lost and it's just going to kill the conversation. It's not a good modus operandi. It's not a good way of doing it. You got to be quick.
Yeah.
Or leave it out.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Arwin tries to.
confusion.
The reason everyone stop. Just recognise what Arwin's saying. Right, and probably the only person I'd respect their opinion in this regard, if I'm ruthlessly honest, because he's the only one who can do it. He can also, he's tolerant enough for me getting short with him, to skirt the lines. In other words, just a little bit more than I'm prepared to accept in terms of how far he'll push the begging the question fallacy. Because there's a point where if you go too far, anybody watching says, oh, that's too unreasonable. Why would he just accept you? Just say he just accepts that the sun's 93 million miles away. The audience recognise it. So Arwin has to push it as Baldwin, as the devil's advocate, so far that he can keep the discussion going. Not so far that I'll shut it down immediately and the audience will get behind me, but on the limit, so that if I do shut it down, it's like, well, it's not that unreasonable. He is fighting to be on a ball. It's not like he's begging the question that much. Everyone sides with Arwin. He's got to test that limit every time he plays Baldwin. It's stressful for Arwin. So I appreciate what Arwin's saying because he's absolutely correct, right? You can't go too far. And now, when it's an opponent, right, they're not going to respect me saying, come on, Arwin, don't go too far off the rails, or whatever I say in a coded way that Arwin gets, to sort of, bring it back onto a slightly more ball-orientated, actual rhetoric-orientated argument, rather than rumpusing would be an example of it, or moving on to a different subject would be another example, but they're a bit too obvious for the audience. Arwin doesn't do those things. I'm cringing just thinking about it, because he's so bloody good at it. But he's also telling you as the audience, the one person with the most experience in doing this, don't let them, the opponent, him in this example, go too far off the rails, as I put it. Keep them on track. And if that means you taking charge of the argument and taking it back to its roots, in this case, space and atmosphere, then that's where you take it. Don't beg the question of whether or not we've got it and then say, oh, we'll come back to that later about the space and atmosphere problem, so long as I can debunk your claim that we've got escape velocity and now that doesn't work within the Coriolis claim. Why? Why are you doing those two extra steps just because somebody's invited you to do it within their begging the question fallacy? No.
I thought we were doing a video today.
I totally agree with you, Nathan. Right? You're exactly right. Don't let them off the rails, but more specifically, don't let them off the rails for too long, right? They can go off the rails a bit, but then make sure it quickly gets back on. Don't let it off the rails for too long. Don't let it, because that's where the damage is done, and then then people lose track.
Yeah.
Right? Don't let it off the rails at all.
So it's about the duration.
Hold on, everyone, hold on. Neil,
Hello?
go ahead. Everyone, stop.
The duration.
Stop. Go
Can I
ahead.
go after Neil, please? Can I go after Neil?
Yes. Who was that? Eli.
Thank you.
D-Rose. Go ahead.
Well, that was original D-Rose. I want to go after Neil.
Okay, Neil. Yes.
I was just saying, don't let it go off the rails at all. I mean, space is fake. We know that. So why even deal with that? I agree how Adam
Otherwise,
said
there's
it.
no conversation.
Even what from where?
Hold
No,
on.
you end the
Let me just address
conversation.
Neil, Arwin. Hold on. Yes, you are correct, Neil. And that is absolutely black and white my standpoint, is it not? And you're saying, hold on, you as the host, make it very black and white. I have to keep it black and white as the host so that there's no uncertainty about where we blur the lines in debate, because we want to keep the discussion going for the purposes of education or entertainment, whichever you want to label us as. I don't care. Either way, when I get to the finer point and go, no, you do cut it off at its knees, because the fundamental foundation for this argument is space, sky vacuum, and atmosphere. That's where you attack it. Now, it doesn't matter that Arwin would play with his food. No, it doesn't matter. The audience needs to know what you're absorbing, Neil. If you're saying, well, I would just understand it, that we just cut the argument off based on its failing premise that we've got a sky vacuum. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely correct, Neil. And that's what I want the audience to remember. That's why I'm so black and white about these things. And also, when people will beg the question on their behalf, like Sleeping Warrior, while I'm literally telling him in the show, don't do that, does that mean that 20 minutes later, when the show's not live, I'm sitting doing it with him all day long? That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah? But in the show, I'm telling him he's wrong. Now, sometimes, initially, especially with Anthony, he didn't quite get that. There's a contradiction in terms of how I'm presenting it to the audience, because it's very matter of fact, this is how you win the debate with it. Well, you just don't let them beg the question. But hold on, I want to have the discussion about it. All right, I want to educate an audience about how you just wanting to have a discussion about it is them being led to beg the question about being on a ball. Well, they've lost from that point on, and I'm always going to make that point. So, yeah, there's a grey area, Neil. But, yeah, if you're taking what I'm saying, I'm not being big-headed about it, I get to the black and white, what's going to win the argument. That's why I'm praising Adam so much in this scenario with Humble. Because how does his question hopefully lead the questioner, which is Humble, about a phraseology about a Coriolis effect with escape velocity to realise that there's an underlying argument that can be attacked and got rid of. Now, if at the end someone cries foul and goes, hang on a second, you didn't actually attack or address his question about Coriolis-based escape velocity. Did I need to? Escaping from what to what? You asked the same bloody question that Adam did.
But
Now,
with
may I-
Coriolis, we can beg the
now, may
question.
I-
It
may I-
has got a radius.
Yeah, that's one step before. Exactly. You're right on the money, because that's one of the steps that you've got to go through in terms of those begging the questions. If you don't let them beg the question a little, as Alwyn said earlier, John, then you've got somebody moaning that you're like, what, the second they even mention the word sphere, you won't let them talk anymore. That's an Anthony argument, by the way.
Okay. Prime example is what I said before the thing shut down on the earlier live. Episode 1464 and 1468, where you shredded apart someone who came on claiming about a satellite and that he couldn't get to the satellite because he didn't have the vehicle to get there because it was up in the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. Right there, you nipped it in the bud and broke down the oxymoron, atmo, and sphere. In between that, as the same person or a different person on another episode, 1468, who was going back and forth when you said, prove to me that you observe the globe, and you said, where's your R? This person ducked around, stuttered. Both of them had the same personalities and the same approach, which is what most heliocentric proponents do. And the fact of the matter is, the reason why they interject and rumpus you is because they know what you're about to say is about to annihilate their assertion. So they throw begging the questions and reversing the burdens on you, and then they interrupt by rumpusing you, and that makes your listening audience, who Nathan and the panel, you guys are really catering to, because those are the ones that are learning, because the motives of these callers coming in are just to cause confusion. That's their incentive, to cause confusion. And if they would shut up, or if someone could mute them, or if they would be honest and ingenuous and mute themselves and hear what Nathan has to say, or Chocolate, or Brian, or John, or Neil, whoever has to say, they would learn something if they're really in there to learn something. Or when they ask a question, which they happen to ask question A with sub-question A, B through Z, which then by that time, we forgot the point of the topic of the first question, which was atmosphere and R.
Exactly.
And that's their technique.
Yes.
I've learned that on the little time that I've not even been here long. And
Well,
I've already
sorry to cut you off,
do.
D-Rose. That was Arwen's point about 3 minutes ago. So exactly, if you let them go too far off the rails, you end up with significant distance between the original point that's been made and the rebuttal, and it loses its impact even if it comes. So if you eventually get them, quote unquote, back on the rails, you've gone away from all the distractions of their original claim about space having to be assumed, for escape velocity to be assumed from an area of sphere-shaped air that isn't escaping, so that we can talk about the Coriolis. Yeah? If when you say, hold on, space, no, what's that? And they start rumpusing and distracting and taking you away from the point and discussing their feelings. No offense to you, but pretty much like you did, no offense. Not that I'm suggesting you're not a friendly, I know you are. But those things put distance between the original claim and you refuting it. That's why they rumpus you. But yeah, that's keeping them on track, right? So that we're not distracting away from it, even if it seems like, well, aren't we going off track? He's asked about Coriolis. You're talking about Coriolis. Now you're changing the subject to sky vacuums. Right, well, that's the fundamental premise for this religious belief. from the person that's claimed it. Isn't that what we're here to do? Take it apart at its roots, not beg the question all bloody day. I just want to go to this super chat. I've had it open. I want to keep it up because I want us to discuss this at length because it's such a great question. First and foremost, more importantly because I'm poor, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate the financial support us so far. But I'm going to labour your question in the super chat because it's epic. So I'm going to read it out first and foremost, and then whoever jumps in first is going to hopefully identify some of the aspects of your question.
Roll down and I answer it.
Is the stream still working? Everything's still kosher, right?
Yeah, we're all good.
Double checking while I'm looking at other things. Okay. Is it reasonable to argue for a close sun and moon? Ballers argue. Pause. If it were close, we'd see a significant size change in the sky. Struggling with this. But before you all jump in, I'm just going to put little quote marks around one part of this super chat. Ballers argue. If it, that's the sun, was close. So ballers argue. I'm doing it already. I'm trying to take it back. Someone else? Anybody else want to jump in on this?
I'll do it. Yeah, it is.
Brian first.
Adam, sorry, did Adam want to go?
Oh, it was Adam first.
It isn't.
Go on, Brian.
Go, Brian.
Okay,
go.
Okay, thank you, Adam. It isn't good to argue for a close sun, or a far sun, or a medium distance sun. It's not good to give any distance to it. We don't know what it is. We don't know how it does what it does. We don't know actually where it is. We just know that we can see it.
Okay, quick pause. Quick pause. Ka-ching! Right answer. We don't know what it is. Why are we arguing about distances to it? First point covered. Brian's gonna get a house point, but Adam's gonna challenge it. So let's hear Adam's. Who's saying no? Let's hear it, Adam.
I'm not making any claims like Brian's just did. So ballers argue. What with the straw man of my model for me? Is that what they're going to say? Oh, I don't care.
Ka-ching!
Ballers say,
see, everyone's right. There's not no. You're right. Brian was right. This is extra.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Ballers argue, not flat earthers.
I was right.
Hold on a sec, because if you want to keep the conversation going, the Bad Moon Shadow and their claim proof of parallel rays, it's definitely an interesting squirm fest if you want to lead them through that.
Okay, so no, that's good too. No, that's good too. So there is a response to it if you do want to actually cover it in the same way we didn't cover the escape velocity within the context of Coriolis. In this instance, what John's offered, I didn't expect that, John, but that's cool. You can still offer up a response. Ka-ching! We'll go through all of these individually, but yeah, is there any more?
Well, that was my response. If you scroll down from the super chat, that is the answer. Well, that I thought at first. I don't think that is the question. Because that's where I wanted to take it, was to Bad Moon Shadow, like Bad Moon Shadow. I think it's what, after you read it again, I read that just as we're not talking Eratosthenes and that link there with Bad Moon Shadow. We are just talking them trying to straw man us into a model to say that they're small and local, therefore we'd see a size change. That's what they're trying to. That's what I read.
Yeah, that would be for me, Adam. That's the overarching point, but Brian's still spot on too. Chocolate, go ahead.
Well, sorry.
I was just gonna say, with that, I just hear. First of all, yeah, I'm with Brian. What the hell is the sun? What the hell is the moon? Okay, and then secondly, with the question they're asking, so why is the not actual sun not change its not actual size while it moves through the sky? Is that their question? That's their problem to argue about it, not ours.
Yep.
And that actually does happen. So that's, again, their problem.
Yeah, so that's another response like John. So we'll get to that in a second as well. So why does the not actual size of the not actual sun not change in its not actual position as it moves throughout the day? Yeah, absolutely.
The first line of the super chat, Nathan, just the very first line. Would you read that? The first couple of words.
Is it reasonable to argue for a close sun and moon? ?
That's the most important line. It's not reasonable to argue for it because you're arguing for something you can't prove. Why do it? You don't know the answer, so how can you don't have any evidence for your claim? So you've not. At least they have some mathematics. You've got nothing. So why argue?
There we go. That's where I was going to go when you say you've got nothing. So that was going to be where I went with this actually. When we're covering this first, fine. So exactly. Are you making a claim about the size of the sun so far, or are you allowing them to tell you that as a flat earther you claim it's close? Because ask yourself this: what claim have you made about the distance or size of the sun? If you haven't, then ask them in response, are you claiming the sun is close and wouldn't change? Aren't you just contradicting your own claim? Because I'm not making it.
But after you've got them to concede that we aren't making a claim, they do. And this is when you can then pull in the bad moon shadow and Eratosthenes and relate it to close sun and moon. Because they make a claim, don't they? They make a distinguishing claim that the nature of the earth can be divined by whether the sun is close and small or large and far away. So they already have a claim that we can now take apart. We don't need to make a claim of what it would be like on a flat earth with something we couldn't prove. But they've made a claim which distinguishes the nature of the shape of the surface. And that is based on Eratosthenes' sun. So that's what I challenge.
And his son, to make the claim, is utilizing angles and an assertion that it's far based on that assertion, that investigation. However, with the bad moon shadow, you can demonstrate that something that in the heliocentric model is claimed to be close, aka their heliocentric moon, it creates the exact same shadows. There's moon dials.
Yeah. So the point of distinguishment, which is a faraway sun, is demolished because they've got the antithesis of it in their own model, producing the same thing that they said would generate a distinguishment.
Indeed.
Exactly.
So they have a claim, and like with, oh, well, your boats would fall off the edge of a flat earth pizza pie, that's only in place because they have a very weak assertion that they don't want to be defending. So they reverse the burden and strawman you with a claim that boats will fall off the edge of your model. And in this case, they ask you about how close the sun would be in your model, that they've got what pre-prepared and served up for you as a flat earther. It's like, that's not my model. But you want to ask me about how my son I'm not claiming behaves, when in reality, and as just pointed out by Adam, they're the ones with an actual positive assertion. Far better for you to be defending your non-claim of a close sun you haven't made, when they do claim a distance to it that we can debunk.
He must be shopping, because otherwise this is Orwin's. It's just physicality assumption bias. Leave me alone with your straw man.
Yeah, notwithstanding, I like to add something, notwithstanding the implicit straw man in the super chat query, stating that we don't know what the sun is made of, therefore we don't know the distance is non sequitur. There's a distance to something, even though I don't know what something is made of. So I wouldn't go that route. And the second one, it's pretty funny. Ballers argue if it was close, would see a significant size change. Now it's all of a sudden significant. Wasn't it before that there was no size change? Little twist there that I caught. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be real quick, and that's why I love this show.
Oh, thank you.
Because no, I'm serious. I'm not saying that just to be brown nose. For any newbie, any person that wants to learn, any glober that's really looking for the truth, any flat earth person that needs to have a reinforced approach on how to teach this, they need to consult with this show here, because this is the only show on either side that not only debunks the heliocentric assertive claims, but also reinforces and criticizes and debunks the presupposed assertive claims from flat earthers who may be doing to their best effort or may be ingenuously trying to, but they're doing it incorrectly, which is why they go in circles and never achieve debunking those heliocentric trolls that come in with these straw man claims and these trickery, reverse the burden, begging the question claims and questions. This place right here nips it in the bud. If you don't know about the sun, don't make a claim about the sun. If you ain't been up in the air 60,000 to 120,000, don't claim what you know is up there. Just work on debunking the heliocentric claims in which they can't prove, in which we have proved with tangible evidence to refute it. That's all you have to do, and that's how you win.
So what about the elevation angle? Hold on.
Yeah, we've
What
got our
about
flat Earth
proof?
proof
No,
too,
no, no,
Neil.
stay
Yeah,
there.
we have, and I'm just going to shout out these super chats because they've been hanging around for a while, and I want to actually thank them. So thank you to Multi Tom Tom first and foremost. Super chats seem to trigger the ballers also to help towards Nathan's internet bill. it's not an internet bill; it's a dishwasher, washing machine, tumble dryer, and 2 heaters and a load of plumbing that I can't actually afford to pay for. That's the real problem, but those are my concerns. Well, they're not because I'm e-begging for them. So yeah, take the hint. Please help. No, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support to Multi Tom Tom. Yes, also Godzilla37, thank you very much. Also for the plethora of super chats. I must admit, you are extremely supportive. And he says, I heard that by super chatting, I can trigger ballers. Is that true? I don't know. Well, you'll find out, I guess, in the rest of the chat. We'll see. Okay. We're never going to get to this video today. So for all the publicity I've given this guy, what's he called? Blueprint. My mods have shared his link. I've shared his link twice. I shared it in the last show. He's not even had one word mentioned about him. But it's all good. This has been very educational. Shout out to Retro Bill. Just gives me money. Thank you so much.
Doesn't matter what it is, as long as it produces a good show. And we've produced a good show today. Right on.
Okay. Do we want to start getting into this blueprint video?
Yeah.
Sure.
Cool.
I'll save it for tomorrow.
Flat Earther learns a lesson about refraction, open brackets, Black Swan debunk. And it's by a videographer named Blueprint.
Save it for tomorrow.
No, QE's here now. Now is the time to do it. QE is the reference.
Come on, 10.
Don't procrastinate. No, never procrastinate.
Just pop them on mute just while I share his video link. Thank you very much indeed also to Moop for hitting the super chat. Really appreciate the support. We are going to do that. We're doing this, right? We're going to cover this guy. I've done 2 shows, an A and a B, admittedly through an encoder crash. But we are going to cover this. So, yeah, have no fear. But I just do want to shout out the super chats and explain the principle behind why I'm sharing his link. Obviously, first and foremost, he's produced this material. Thank you for producing it because we're getting to respond to it. So I'm grateful, regardless of how it goes. And as a consequence, I want you, the audience member, to go to his video and also thank him for his fantastic content and let him know how you found your way to him, which is via Nathan Oakley 1980 YouTube channel, which if you also want to mention that we happen to respond to his video, then that would be absolutely marvellous. And obviously, further to that, if he decides he wants to respond back, I would love it if he would do the same in response and just put a link out to my video. So that's why that whole little preamble's come. There we go. We're going to get into this. Are you guys all ready? Are you keen?
How is he going to give a response?
Play the video.
I want to drag it out as much as possible, Neil.
Don't listen to Neil. Can I just say something real quick before you start? No.
Yes, Chocolate, go ahead.
Oh, who was that? AI? My bad, bro. Go ahead. I didn't hear you.
Go ahead,
what I was going to say is a lot of these people that do these comments on the flat earth, they do other things, other issues. And when they do those issues, they do live streams. When they do those live streams, a lot of them have protocols where they read all their super chats. So if you spend $2, you can get Nathan Oakley's comment about how he shared the show and critiqued it to his entire audience for $2. For $2 only, this could be yours.
You could promote the fact we responded to a video about the Black Swan for only $2. Alternatively, I am exceedingly poor and you can just send it to me on PayPal. I mean, that's just an alternative. I'm just saying. The publicity also works for me.
Maybe you could list maybe have a list of channels that we should super chat to get that effect.
Anyone we're responding to is absolutely correct. He's just laid it out. What he's saying is, if you happen to go to this video and say, oh, Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, he responded to your video, there's a reasonable chance they'll just go sod off and delete it because they don't want to publicise me or they hate me or whatever. Whereas if they're doing a live stream and you send them a £2 or a £1.79 for a super chat and go, Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, he responded to your video, then there's a good chance they'll read it out to their live stream. That's what he's saying, and I totally agree. As much as I'm mercenary and poor and being swayed in a different direction in terms of my e-pegging, he's more right than I am, and overall and influentially, that would be far more beneficial. He's right. So just labour that, because it's a bloody good idea, and it was implemented. I've seen this done by Infinite Plane Society, who would literally go out and spam people with super chats to build his channel, and it worked. Now, if I had lots of money, I'd potentially do the same thing. I don't. I'd rather just give Arwin the odd PayPal link, but that's just me, you know. But for him, it worked really well, and people did go out and say, "Hey, Infinite Plane Society sent me, have a super chat. We're all here and we're flat earthers, but we're giving you money. So what are you going to do? Ban me? Close down the chat when it's financially incentivized for us to be here? I think not." And it worked to great effect. Like I say, I watched Infinite Plane Society do exactly that. And more power to him. Give people money. I mean, no one's going to argue with that, right? But we're right up against the end of this live show, and I am going to at least start doing this a little bit of this video. How many people? We're almost 100 people watching. Please share the show.
There is no scientific evidence, zero, none, that the Earth is a globe.
That's a true statement, because the globe isn't a phenomena. So it's outside the purview of science to claim you've got scientific evidence for it.
Wake up to the lies being told to us by NASA and the government. The globe model.
Okay, this sounds good. Oh, it's headed as if a flat earther would postulate these things. Wake up to the lies being told to us by NASA and the government. Yeah, space is fake. Can't have gas pressure without a container. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we're breathing, that's high pressure, would fill the space. We'd all be dead. We'd never have developed gas pressure if NASA were operating in a sky vacuum. So far, so good. I pick this. This doesn't seem...
model is easily disprovable to anybody willing to open their eyes and see science for the shysters it is.
No. Science for the shysters it is. Number one, absolutely appalling English. Number two, that's a reification fallacy. For science to be a shyster, it would have to be a person. Correct me if I'm wrong, shyster is like a Jewish term for somebody who's a bit of a con artist. Am I wrong in that? Is that the correct meaning of shyster? Con artist? Yeah. For Jews?
Right? It's regular German, though, but yes.
Is it German? Oh, it's just regular German. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Right, so shyster's con artist. So, no, science being a con artist, men are con artists. Science is a method, and the method is only open to discovery about phenomena. The globe in the first statement, that's not a phenomena. It's a concrete noun. So definitely all a bit shady in terms of this straw man. This is what a flat earther says, and therefore I'm going to respond to it. No, you've got a misapprehension about what science is if you're straw manning us through this, or if this has come from a flat earther. We'll see if there's a name put at the end of it. Then they're an idiot.
These words lingered in the air like a persistent smell, inviting opposition. But unbeknownst to this flat earther, this...
Which flat earther? Who said this? Just you saying it, right, Dumbo? Whoever you are, Blueprint? Did you say this? I don't see anybody's name. There aren't quote marks around this. Is this the imagination flat earther that you're attacking? Get your ass in here. See what a flat earther's actually got to say. That'll be me.
Be that imaginary flat earther who's intellectually inferior to him, isn't it? This whole thing. It's going to be him coaxing along a dumb person with his straw man of what I believe and why, as demonstrated by that appalling grammar.
Could he also show the globe model?
Well, he's correct there, isn't he? It's easily disprovable if you could show it, yeah. But it's that last bit that, to me, shows his real ignorance of what science is, first and foremost. Yeah,
You
I mean,
think?
yeah. And this is the point. But he's writing that as if I'm me, because he knows what I think and how clever I am. So he's saying that, yeah. So he's either attributing that dumbness to me, because that's how he thinks our intellect is, or he's that dumb and he doesn't know what science is.
Yeah. So it seems he doesn't seem to understand what a flat earther actually is. Yeah, he's got flames and words that he said and he thinks that that's representative of what flat earthers say. I'm a flat earther. This is what I say. Elevation angle measurements prove Earth is flat. Space is fake. You can't have gas pressure without a container. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill the space. And you have no evidence or capability of measuring the R value for the presuppositional sphere Earth and all of the derivations of the R value, including distance to the sun and all orbital motions. Therefore, the sky is not a vacuum, the Earth is not a sphere, and the Earth is obviously, observably, and measurably flat. That is what a flat earther, that's me, actually says. Hope we got that clear.
Opposition would be more than anticipated.
At Flat Earther, science is not done by wildly guessing and being confident about it.
According to Michio Kaku, it is.
Yeah, quote Michio Kaku. Who's best at this chocolate? Is he here? Anybody got the Michio Kaku quote for seat in my pants guesswork?
That no one in my field knows, uses the scientific method. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
End quote, Michio Kaku. So, according to this flat earther, science is not done by wildly guessing and being confident about it. So, the statement from Michio Kaku, who claims to be a scientist, he's not, he's a pseudoscientist masquerading as a scientist, but that's pretty much close enough example to your reification of science. Yeah? The shyster that is science, no, that's the shyster that is Michio Kaku, says it's by the seat of the pants, it's guesswork. See, this guessing? Well, Michio Kaku's guessing. He's the one telling you about the molten iron core going backwards. Seat of the pants guesswork, my friend. So why are you telling this about your science that you don't have for concrete nouns that won't be put through the scientific method when we appreciate implicitly what science actually is and what your pseudo-science reified professors in white coats say, and they specifically say guesswork? It's not starting out well, this, my friend. Not going well at all.
It's a minor point. It's a minor point, but he has spelling problems. I'm usually not the grammar police, but we're building a case against this numpty dipshit. So confident is not spelled with an A.
We use the globe model because it accurately describes reality and...
Sorry, that's a reification fallacy. Go ahead, John.
No, go. This is going to be hard. I'm going to shut up. Go ahead.
It's a reification fallacy, right? Models are just models. They're not describing reality, right? Explaining reality can be done with science. That's establishment of cause and effect reasoning through systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis after observing natural phenomena and asking why the hell it's happening. But that's not utilizing models to describe reality. Further to that, you can describe stuff all day long and it's meaningless. I can describe unicorns with a unicorn model. So what? You're saying this describes reality. No, contrary, it's a reification fallacy. Anything you want to add? Anybody?
Has he got that globe model to show us?
Oh, God, yeah. Huey said that earlier. Huey, do you want to just reiterate Brian's point that he had from you when he said it? Can we see that globe model? Yeah? Can we have a little look at it? We use the globe model. Let's have a look at it. Yeah? With all its glory, with its gas pressure, without a container, and its gravity, and its space-time bending. Yeah, let's see the globe model, please. A complete one. Obviously, you've got one, right? The one that you're referring to. Let's see it.
can make predictions.
Predictions? Oh, God, every word's going to get a response. This is going to take a while. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to jump on. I just said better again, but what I'm trying to say is better again. Show me one of these predictions that are based on it.
Okay, so he's talking about science. He opened up by exclaiming that basically flat earthers don't understand what science and allude to science reified into a conspiracy of deception from shysters, right? That's what he's alluding to. So we're definitely talking about science. Okay, let me educate you, Blueprint. Predictions in the context of science are hypotheses. And a hypothesis establishes a presumed cause of an effect you are studying in nature. So a hypothesis, that's a scientific prediction, is formulated as follows. If A, that's your presumed cause, then B, the effect you're studying. Also contrasted within the hypothesis, you have a null, which is if A, your presumed cause of the effect you're studying, then not B. That would be a null outcome. Zero difference result. You don't cause the effect. A scientific prediction has both of those predictions. Now, obviously, by the inability to violate the law of non-contradiction, you can't have both A cause B and not cause B simultaneously. Only one can be true. This, if A then B, or if A not B, is a scientific prediction, aka hypothesis. That is what a prediction is. Models, that's your reification fallacy earlier in the sentence, they don't do that. That's just a reification fallacy. You're a numpty.
Well,
Nathan,
more.
Nathan,
Brian first. Hold on, 10th. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry, Brian. Let me just interrupt.
Yeah, I'll be quick.
Yeah, I got to go, but I put.
Oh, you go first then.
Go ahead, 10th.
Let me just. Thank you. I got to go, but I posted Michio Kaku's quote in Master D.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
It missed off the end bit. He said it's guesswork. It's by the seat of your pants. It missed the end bit. Oh well. Thank you anyway.
In the past, the nuclear industry seriously misled the American public about the safety risks and about the economics of nuclear power.
My bad. That was the video playing afterwards. Sorry.
Well, I'd just like to say about the video, it's supposed to be a debunking of the Black Swan argument. Now, so far, he hasn't gone anywhere near that argument. He seems to just, when you hear one of these videos from an anti-flat earther, when they are starting off with character assassination, straw man arguments and all this, you can tell, just if not for you all know this, but for anyone new out there listening to this, when you hear that in the start of a video, you can just turn that video off there and then, because you can be sure that these people who are making it, these people or person or whatever that's making this video, have no idea what they're talking about, or straight up just have no argument. And normally it's just both. If they had an argument, they wouldn't be needing to do any of this. We don't need any of this nonsense. We get our facts correct. We make our argument. It's very clear. We don't mess around. So anyone that's doing that, you can be sure they don't have an argument.
The first slide was the giveaway for me, right? We know these ballers, the kings of projection. And that word shyster has been just playing on my mind. And that's all this is. Shyster is, he's not informed. You know what I mean? He's just being a shyster to us.
Yeah, they don't even know their own model. This is the worst thing about it. Like they don't even know their own model. Yet they're trying to hand you some straw man model. Go on, sorry, Kiwi.
No, they don't even know their own model that doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. That's better.
We did invite you to say that earlier when he brought it up on screen, Kiwi, but you weren't around. But yeah, exactly. Can we see that model? Is that
Yeah.
I
was going to say, we got the model out.
I like the point that QE said that, because QE said that to me on Ball Busters. I had made a mistake and I had said their model, and he corrected me right away. What model? Does it have a vacuum of space and all the other components within it? And I said, you got a good point, because I was basing my layman understanding of the model being the spinning ball that's in the classrooms and the libraries, and the little set with the sun in the middle and the little rocks floating around it kindergarten children play with, as the science teacher lies to them and says, see, we rotate and we orbit around this. That's what my layman understanding was, speaking in reference on that side. But he broke it down. That is not a model. That's nothing but a toy. That's like
fair, but it is a model. It is a model of something. It's just not a model of what they want.
Right. Exactly.
Well, the problem is, and I'm sure QE won't disagree with me here, is they're trying to promote that globe model or heliocentric model as a scientific model, which it is not. It shows they don't know what a scientific model is. QE knows what it is. He taught me about what it was. They don't know what it is. It's not a scientific model. So ask them to define what type of model it is. Because QE, now that's not me, QE has done this before. Define what type of model it is and see what they come back with. Because you can point out and prove to them, no, that's not a scientific model. Scientific model is based on proven hypotheses. That adhere to scientific method. That's what builds a scientific model.
But I thought the science was settled. Earth is a globe.
But you don't. It's not like you settle science. Again, it's a bit of on the borderline of being a reification.
I hate that.
Yeah. Have you got an experiment to show the cause and effect reasoning behind the phenomena that you studied and proved and explained how it occurred by varying the cause of it to show it caused it? If you have, then you've got science. If you haven't, then it's not open to discussion. It's not going to be reified into some shyster. It's just a method.
Yeah, there's no such thing as settled.
I was going to say that's one of those instances where they kind of snatch their own wigs off because you got people on the same side saying, well, the science is settled. Then other people say, well, science is always changing and molding. And it's like, you guys might want to work all that out first before coming
The
to us.
science is mutating.
Have you guys ever seen, so like on clerical programs, you can chart, graph, and model data using iconographic representations. And usually when you pick it, you have multiple choices. You have pie chart, you have a tower stack, you have a three-dimensional tower stack, you have reliefs, you have all these things. Now you can pick any of them and it'll quote unquote model your data into a graphical form. You could also then take that graphical form to a sculptor and say, please make me a three-dimensional model of this graphical form, right? And they would do so, and you'd look at it and be like, oh, wow, that's cool. It takes up three-dimensional space. Does that mean that those objects exist anywhere? No.
No.
So if someone shows you like these planets, little baby planets going around on little copper wires around each other, like what does that represent? Well, it's an interpretation of information that was first interpreted from the phenomenal world. So all it is an interpretative matrix that's represented in three-dimensional form. It's kind of similar to interpretive dance. It's like, how do you feel about the globe model? Plie, plie, plie.
But I do agree
What
with one
Earth
thing.
model is incapable of. Are you prepared to back up your beliefs?
At Blueprint, models are not reality. Seriously, all you have to do is look at the horizon to see that.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can I just say something before?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Because I didn't get a chance to say it before you play the video again. That term that Neil used, it grates on me. I hate it. Normally I'd let it go on this, but I can't. The science is settled. What does that mean? That everyone agreed upon it. It's not an agree-disagree situation. I don't care whether you agree with my hypothesis test or disagree with it. If I've adhered to scientific method and everything is as it should be, then I don't care what your opinion is. Settled means what? We all agreed on a consensus. It's rubbish.
No,
Sorry, I had to
Brian,
say
you,
that.
you hit. Hold on, you
No,
hit
it's,
right in
it's
the head.
magic
After
dust, and it just settles.
No, after experiment, then it's settled. I agree.
But there is no settled.
Yeah. The scientific method, if adhered to correctly, offers empirical evidence. That's a statement you can get behind. The statement that Brian's taking offence to, and I don't bloody blame him, because it's used by people who aren't claiming science. They're going to be using a pseudo-science claim when they say it's settled. What, because the philosophers, pipe-smoking, slipper-wearing, bad-breath idiots, have said that it's correct because they've agreed upon it? Or maybe Sabine Hosselfeder will come along afterwards and say, oh, well, while they all agree about this, I actually think that if you overlay two different diffraction patterns, it actually makes just a bigger diffraction pattern. Therefore, delayed choice quantum eraser just doesn't make any sense and I can debunk it. You're like, okay, so what, not settled anymore? So what, not science anymore because they're arguing about it now? No, science is just a method. If it's adhered to, you have an empirical outcome. As I described earlier, you can only have one outcome if you vary A to see if it causes B. If it causes B, tick. You validated your alternative hypothesis. If you don't, then you validate your your null. Tick. No, it didn't cause B. That's the only outcome. Well, that's empirical. Very basic in that regard. In the logic terms of the scientific method, it couldn't get any more basic in terms of the two logic gates that you put in the question through. Either it causes something to happen when you vary your presumed cause, or it does not cause something to happen when you vary your presumed cause. That's the only two outcomes. That's it. That's so basic. Well, that's empirical. What men discuss and what models show isn't that. So that's not science. Those other things that aren't going through that method aren't science. Therefore saying it's science and it's settled. Yeah, we know what that implies. Right, Brian?
Yeah, it means that people had a consensus agreement on something. That's what it
But
means.
then that's not science and it's not settled. Agreed,
Precisely.
Nathan.
Yes. Okay, let's just address this last bit from this guy. So we were a little bit into the last bit that Neil said as opposed to this guy. So we'll hear it again.
Are you prepared to back up your beliefs?
At Blueprint, models are not reality.
That's correct.
Objection.
Go
on. It's not a belief that we're pushing, so I don't really need to back up belief. Measurements aren't belief. Science isn't belief. So he has a belief that he's trying to back up, I would guess. But I don't think we're pushing any beliefs here.
No?
Is the guy that just said that, is this a Glober's video? Did a Glober just say models are not reality? Is that what I just heard?
No,
No, that's the guy he's reviewing.
What he's now doing is he's saying that this is a flat earther that is conjured in his imagination, because there's no names and quotes around anything. At Blueprint, in other words, this is a flat earther for him and his narrative talking to him. Models are not reality is the first thing the flat earther says to him contextually. Make sense?
Seriously, all you have to do is look at the horizon to see that.
No, just looking at the horizon achieves nothing. Literally nothing. So any flat earther that has postulated to you that just looking at the horizon shows that models are not reality is a non sequitur. Doesn't make any sense.
At Flat Earther.
So let's see if he points out the non sequitur fallacy. Given that it's him pushing it down, I'm pretty sure he won't address the non sequitur fallacy because it's him strawmanning a flat earther that doesn't exist, that he's conjured in his own mind's eye.
Nice deflection. But if you could disprove the globe model,
you can't get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. Done.
That does not mean that the Earth is flat.
You can only get an elevation angle measurement to navigate the surface of Earth if Earth is flat. It is a prerequisite. You cannot perform celestial navigation unless Earth is flat. So, contrary to Blueprint's response to his conjured imagination land flat earther that doesn't exist, we can absolutely disprove the globe model because the globe model does not work with elevation angle measurements. It's impossible. They are used daily, and yes, aeroplanes still have sextants on them to this day to achieve this flat Earth elevation angle measurement. Angle, two straight lines. The baseline required to perform this method proves Earth is flat. There you go. Done.
Hey, Blueprint. Blueprint, you numpty dipshit. Can you show us that globe model? I promise you, if you show me that globe model, I will disprove it right in front of you and your audience, clown.
Again, are you prepared to back up your beliefs?
I think John just covered this earlier. It is not a belief when I state as a fact that Earth is required to be flat in order to perform celestial navigation, because you cannot acquire an elevation angle measurement if Earth has a curved surface. That's not a belief. That's a fact of celestial navigation. You don't have to like it. Your capitalized belief in your model that you haven't shown us is your problem. We, on the other hand, don't back what we say about Earth being flat with beliefs. We back it with facts. Elevation angle measurements are performed on the surface of Earth to navigate the surface of Earth and require Earth to be flat.
At Blueprint, It wasn't a deflection. I got the horizon from the Black Swan observation. The Black Swan observation is impossible on the globe Earth. Not my problem if you are too lazy to Google it.
The statement in the first respect doesn't in any way match what is postulated up until now. Suddenly we're pulling the horizon because it was dropped in randomly earlier as a non sequitur. Did I not identify that particular part with his use of the horizon, which proved absolutely nothing at that point, as a non sequitur? Because maybe he's misunderstanding what the Black Swan actually does. It's an assertion from the standpoint of the globe, begging the question, if you want to call it, in the first instance. So the assertion comes with the following statement. If the Earth is a sphere, that's your position, not the flat earthers. That's how the modus tollens in the Black Swan works. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to your globe horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per your globe Earth maths. Like, I don't really understand this claim that a flat earther's positioning the horizon in this regard when it's a globe claim of a physical geometric limitation in your maths that is taken apart in the Black Swan. I'm going to guess at this stage the guy doesn't understand the Black Swan. Let's see if I'm right.
Hold on.
Someone say hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say what he's doing is he's separating the argument and the picture and putting them so far apart, right? So now it's just dealing with the picture, not the argument. That's why he's calling it the Black Swan photo.
Ah, missed that. Yeah. Yes, good catch. Just got to look at the Black Swan photo. Then he's misinterpreted what Black Swan means. No, it's an argument form. Modus tollens. Karl Popper making it the famous Black Swan from Karl Popper in terms of his analogy for it. That's an argumentation form, not just a photograph. That's its namesake. That's the example we give alongside the modus tollens argument. And you're saying he's going to detach it from the argument and make it about only the picture. It's fine. We'll see how we get on with that.
Yeah, that's next.
From 1 foot above the ground to the horizon line is only 1.22 miles out, yet clearly there are oil platforms visible at 6.2 and 9.1 miles.
That's not the argument. If the horizon was... Let's just do that again.
1 foot above the ground to the horizon line is only 1.22 miles out, yet clearly there are oil platforms.
The horizon's only 1.22 miles out. If you're at 1 foot.
He said from about 1 foot. Yeah.
Okay.
It's visible at 6.2 and 9.1 miles.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. That's what the picture shows.
Bye-bye, ball.
At Flat Earther. Lazy. You clearly don't know who you're dealing with, but that's okay. Now, to dismantle your argument...
Sorry, what? What was the first point of the first statement?
We know who we're dealing with.
You don't know who you're dealing with. What?
That's where he divorced the picture from the argument. Now he's going to talk about the oil rigs and refraction.
Argument. That image you posted, I have seen it many times before. First, I will grant you the assumption that the camera is indeed 1 foot off the ground, though neither you nor I could prove that it is entire.
Oh, yes,
so we will also know that the horizon...
So he didn't even watch the video.
Yeah. Does he say photograph? Hold on. Wait, does he say photograph? That image that you posted, you mean the still taken from the video? Where he shows precisely where he is. That image still from a video. That.
Yes.
So what's the issue here, Blueprint? Did you not go and Google it? Did your Google search not turn out to show you that it's not an image, it's actually from a video, where it categorically gives you clear and obvious evidence of where it's taken from? Did you not realise that? Wow, what a deep dive research you are. You're really familiar with this? You didn't even know it was from a video. How familiar are you? Not at all. Sorry, do we not know who we're dealing with? You don't know what you're dealing with in terms of the evidence. The people who we're dealing with, you in this instance, is inconsequential. You don't know the standard of evidence that you're dealing with. What a clown. You think you're a researcher? What an idiot.
We don't know who we're dealing with.
Yeah, we do. A
What a
numpty. We
clown.
know exactly who we're dealing with.
Distance in miles is the square root of 2 times the height in feet, which actually wouldn't higher. If so, we will also know that the horizon distance in miles is the square root of 2 times the height in feet, which actually works out to be 1.4 miles, but whatever. I will also grant you the assumption that the rigs are at the specified distance. With all that in mind, this could still be a real image on a globe, and here's why. Do you see that shimmery distortion on the rig in the back?
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Blueprint. But at the start of this, even your fantasy imagination land flat earther made an argument, just remember 236, gentlemen, about the horizon. So, if I'm not wrong, we'll replay a bit of it. Yeah, I pretty much picked the right point. I got a horizon from the Black Swan observation. Can you all see that on screen? At Blueprint. It wasn't a deflection. I got the horizon from the Black Swan observation. So his argument, the flat earther's argument, is about the horizon then. Even your fantasy flat earther is making an argument about the horizon.
Equation, 8 inches per mile squared, the horizon's refraction doesn't let you see more. It restricts view via light refracting upward.
Before we get there,
And so,
What was the number I was at?
Science
Sorry.
101.
What was the number I said? Is it
I don't know.
236?
I don't know, but his calculations were off also. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
He
Yeah,
said
I-
two
I-
times the observer height, didn't he?
I thought he said 2 times.
Yeah, that's what he,
he
did
had
say.
the number wrong.
Yes, he did have
Yeah,
it
he
wrong.
said 1.4 miles.
Yeah, he said it's 2
Yeah, he's
times
wrong.
the observer height. Yeah, he's wrong.
Yep.
Okay, so just before we lose track of where I just took us back to. So the straw man flat earther in his imagination land fantasy has made the argument clear from the offset it's about the horizon, right? So why aren't we looking at the horizon in his response? Why are we looking at the oil rigs? The oil rigs, in the argument that he laid out also, were denoted for only their distance, which you accepted. So far, he's accepted that they're at the distance that they've been claimed to be at, and that the argument is about the horizon. Am I wrong?
Well, he's divorced it. He's divorced
No,
it in
that-
his mind. There's the picture that he wants to argue about, and then there's the modus tollens that deals with the picture. He can't put them together.
He's doing what they all do. He's throwing the diversionary tactic in real quick.
Okay, well, let me remind the audience. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And the distance to the horizon in this image is beyond the limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would put Earth curve, a hill blocking your view, at 1.2 miles based on a 1 foot observer height. Now, the horizon we know is beyond that because there's a demarcation for the distance of the oil rigs, and the horizon is beyond it. So the horizon is not Earth curve blocking your view of the oil rigs at 1.2 miles. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve because it's not a hill blocking your view. Hills don't move with refraction. So why aren't we addressing the horizon? Why are we addressing the oil rigs when the argument is very specifically about the horizon, and he acknowledged that, and about the distances to the oil rigs with respect to the horizon, which he also acknowledged?
Well, he actually did address the horizon because he said incorrectly, right, within his own model, that from a 1 foot observation height, the horizon should be 1.4 miles away, right? So he's already completely debunked his own video, because he's already after, even though he's incorrect in his own maths, he still has placed it way before where we see it. So he's already after admitting that the horizon shouldn't be, even within his own incorrect maths, no more than 1.4 miles away from a 1 foot observation height. Where's he going to go from there?
Right. Yeah, it's beyond. So he's saying, all right, 1.4 miles. Okay. Yeah, the horizon's beyond 10 because the oil rigs are at 10 and the horizon's behind them. So what? It should be at 1.4. Oh, that's wrecked. Check it out. Thank you to FE Patriot for the super chat who says wrecked. Indeed.
Especially after conceding that he would take the assumption of the measurements to the oil rigs being correct. He didn't even see that. He did that. Wow.
Atmospheric distortion, which is a result of changing air densities over the water.
Okay. So changing densities over the water. Is that what he said?
After he said atmospheric.
Do you see that shimmery distortion on the rig in the back? This is called atmospheric distortion.
Oh, really? Atmospheric distortion? Atmospheric distortion would be 7/6 of the radius value in sphere-shaped oxymoronic air. In a sphere shape, when air takes the shape of its containment. There is no sphere-shaped air atmosphere, and if you're asserting in a model, not in photos, that we have a orthographic representation of light traversing as a ray at 7/6 or any derivative that you want to imply of the radius of Earth in an orthographic view, I think I mentioned that already, then that is definitely nothing to do with any of the conditions in this image. 7/6 of the R value requires an R value, which would also require a geometric horizon to be measured. To give you the derivation of that R value that you imply is atmosphere, air shaped in a sphere, refraction. That's the mathematical value at 7/6 R in standard form. Sod all to do with what's causing wonky cranes and everything to do with an R value assumption.
Which is a result of...
Sorry, I just want to say, I shouted in earlier, but I don't know if it was heard because I was talking over people. He's for the people who don't know different, right? It's for the new people. But what this guy's after doing, besides the fact that he just ruined his own argument with his incorrect maths and given it an actual point, of 1.4 miles to his horizon, his geometric horizon, he's now about to step on a landmine when he was bringing his refraction into it. He doesn't know what 7/6R is. He doesn't understand the difference between actual refraction and 7/6R. 7/6R and greater than 7/6R, right, means that the globe Earth is not a circle, right? If you want to see it orthographically, it's not a circle. It means that the globe Earth is constantly an arc length of different deviations. He doesn't know what that is, but he's about to bring that into the argument as if it's some kind of an argument. I'll shut up.
Okay, number one, we haven't got 7/6 of the Earth's radius in orthographic view to say that that's occurring, and he has. He said it's atmospheric refraction. No, it isn't. That's atmosphere, sphere-shaped air not escaping into a vacuum, which is oxymoronic. It exists in a globe Earth model with a light bending in an orthographic view at a rate of the radius. Well, that's sod all to do with this image. Further to that, the argument, that's modus tollens, if Earth was a sphere radius 3959, then every distance to the horizon could be measured no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that's where your Earth curve hill, according to the maths in Muppet Vision, with atmospheric refraction included, would be. Because it's a geometric limitation to your view that boats are supposed to go over and is supposed to block boats, buildings, and oil rigs. It's a crap what you say 7/6R in Muppet Vision is doing to the cranes when the horizon's behind them. So it's not Earth curve blocking your view of the cranes, is it? Yeah, they're not behind Earth curve. But your maths asserts that they are at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Sod all to do with atmosphere, sphere-shaped air. This isn't refraction. This isn't in Muppet Vision, my friend. Who was that from G+? Go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. Now, I know this is low-hanging fruit, but the numpty dipshit the modus tollens argument has nothing to do with the oil rigs. Why are you bonehead blueprint? This argument is about the horizon, not your frigging. They're just demarcations of distance. So he's going to focus in on the oil rigs, right? That's not the argument. It's an idiot red herring fallacy from a bonehead.
I would also add to that. Let's just say I'm glad that he's doing this, because let's just sit back and listen how he makes an optical argument as opposed to the argument he should be making, which is what?
Geometric.
Geometric. Thanks.
Changing air densities over the water. What we are witnessing is probably just a semi-rare atmospheric distortion.
Sorry, atmosphere, sphere-shaped air distortion? No, there's no air distortion in sphere-shaped oxymoronic air, because 7/6 of the radius value takes place in orthographic Muppet vision. That's you seeing the side of your own head and the target, and then drawing a line between the two that bends at 7/6 of the radius, or any derivative thereof. Yet that's a mathematical derivation within a globe model that assumes R, which cannot be acquired if we have refraction, because you can never acquire the R value at the geometric horizon to assert that you've got a R-based refraction. So this is paradoxically nonsensical, because you can't use R in your refraction claim if you can't acquire R at the geometric horizon. It's a paradox. So no, it's not atmosphere causing this. Refraction of the cranes when the argument's about the horizon and the geometry of Earth curve.
Called Fata Morgana. P.S. I know that you're not lazy, so you'll look that one up. This is
Fata Morgana is a description of things that happen in your view. That's not 7/6 of a radius value. Kind of a numpty doesn't do any background research into what refraction is.
He also doesn't know what a Fata Morgana is, you fucking clown.
No swearing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he's what he's at present doing is showing us exactly who he is. He said we don't know who he is. We do now, and he's also showing that he doesn't know what he's talking about. The main point is he's at present making our argument, which is that the horizon is not geometric. So
I love it.
Exactly.
The horizon is not a point of geometric tangency, so it can't be used for measurement. So you can't get a globe's geometry via that or any other way. So that's
with what we see, and it explains why there are only a few examples like this. Seriously, try to find just a few more photos like this.
What? Sorry, hold on. If the frame rate of the video is 24 frames a second, what is it about? About a 5-minute video? Yeah, there's literally thousands of pictures. If you want to assume that this is a picture when it's come from a video, it's a still. Yeah, so that just with this one alone, there's thousands just for this example because it's a video. Further to that, there's plenty of other black swans, but that demonstrates that you don't understand at a fundamental level what black swan means. You haven't looked up what the term, the Karl Popper analogy, black swan means. You only need one. The example from Karl Popper, if the assertion is that all horizons are physical hills getting in the way, aka all swans are white, then you only need to show that it's not a hill getting in the way. That would be to show a black swan once to disprove that Earth has no physical limitation called Earth curve at the horizon. It's behind the oil rigs. Hills don't do that. Yeah, look up what Karl Popper explained about the black swan. You complete Dumbo. What do you need? You mean you need more black swans, Dumbo? How thick do you want to show yourself to be? I need more black swans. This is only one black swan. I'm sure the rest are all white. You complete idiot.
Well, should we remind him of what the actual claim is of how we know it's a globe from the horizon? Because I don't think he knows it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you got to beg the question if it's a sphere first, right? So if the Earth is a sphere, the angle to the horizon, the sine, cosine or sine angle to the horizon will be 1.22 times lambda over diameter. That's the geometric horizon. which just happens to be the Rayleigh criterion, which, you know, do whatever you want. But that's how they come about to that claim. But that was used from eye level to sea level, that differential, because the horizons where sea level meets the sky. That's two flat planes.
Bro, this guy doesn't even realize he's supposed to be making a geometric argument. let alone what you just said.
Well, he doesn't know his own model, because the fact that he's pointing out that saying, can you find any other photograph like this? What he doesn't realize is officially within their model, every single photo of the horizon is not showing a geometric horizon.
Right.
He doesn't understand
okay,
that.
between John and Brian, they've just covered the two most fundamental aspects of this, right? No offense to you, Brian. John's being more profound and next level, but the more important point to the discussion of the black swan in this rebuttal is spoken to by Brian, which is to say we haven't got a geometric horizon. Then it's game over globe because it's a geometric claim. So that's it. That's the most important point, realistically. However, I just want to stress what John said again. You're on fire at the moment, John. Right? Because it was proper next level. Yeah. The way you've derived the geometric horizon tangent point below surface level is by acquisition of the differential angle between two flat planes. That's parallels. Yeah? So if you're utilizing this aspect of Earth's geometry, actual geometry, the flat plane we dwell atop, then you can use the differential between the parallel plane of your sight on a plane and use it in reference to the ground surface level. Now, if you calculate the distance between, the differential between those two flat planes, my example being one at eye level, you can invoke a limitation and call it Earth curve. What John's just pointed out is that limitation matches the Rayleigh criteria. He didn't say this, but when applied to the human eye, that would be to say that the diffraction limit, based on ideal circumstances where there is no quote-unquote atmosphere, that would be interference from stuff in the air, in reality, not sphere-shaped air and 7/6 of a radius. The calculation for the diffraction limit, based on the aperture of your eye, would fall in line with where they say Earth curve in a geometric form will be. What a happy coincidence.
Can I add to that, Nathan?
Yeah. Just give props to John, though. That was properly next level stuff. Kudos. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'll try and add to what John said. Yeah, that anything that's 6 feet off the water, 3 miles away, which is what they try and say, that a 6-foot observer height would see the horizon about 3 miles away. Anything that's 6 feet off the water, 3 miles away from an observer standing with a 6-foot observer height at the shoreline, will have an angular size of less than 0.02 degrees, which is 0.02 degrees is the angular resolution limit for the human eye. So you won't be able to see it due to the angular resolution limit, even if it was a globe.
So yeah, if you want to listen to what we've just said in that discussion for Brian and John's summary of what we've just been going through, properly next level stuff, guys. Some days really do feel privileged. We're in fine company with the namesake quantum eraser based on yesterday's discussion. Him bringing the forefront this observation and the modus tollens to the forefront of the discussion point, to the point where people like this blueprint guy are reacting to it, and then a summary in regards to not only how Earth is not a sphere, not only how Earth is provably flat, but how the hoodwink occurred and how that matches with the observations, and you can define them, show them, measure them in terms of aperture, Rayleigh criterion, and then juxtapose them with the Earth curve claim. So we're showing you where, what, how, the who and the when is kind of inconsequential. We can cover it on other shows and do when we talk about the Roman Catholic Church. But in terms of how the hoodwink works, just go back and listen to the last 10 minutes of this show. Please share the show. It's a shame this has got low numbers. It's because the first bit of the live show failed. So the second time you go live, you always get less people. I don't know why. They just presume that you're going to have a crap second show. I don't know what the YouTube algorithm does in that regard. Please share this show, because especially, like I said, the last 10 minutes, it's been really, really properly next level. And earlier we got praise from D-Rose in terms of, you're saying how much he likes the show. Well, do what you like and you'll love what you do. And when I was 2015, whatever it was, coming into this discussion, I wanted this show. I wanted people to explain and break down the hoodwink and the whys and the wherefores of the globe lie and prove, more importantly than anything else, a flat earth. Definitively. I wanted that, and it didn't exist. Now it's here. Bloody 89 people watching. Please share the show. It's good stuff, is what I'm saying, even if I'm tooting my own horn.
I'll wait. Also, I would guess that at least tens of feet of the rig's legs are hidden over the horizon. I mean, the rigs are like hundreds of feet tall. Please do not be sad at
What? So basically, just relinquish your entire globe claim. So where the Earth curve math says that the oil rigs will be blocked from view by a physical geometric limitation called Earth curve at the horizon in front of it, you're saying, yeah, really tall, man. I mean, what Earth curve? So just relinquish your own claim then. Is that how this goes? Just, if it don't work, just chuck it out completely. So what about the Earth curve maths? Go on, right? It's a really tall oil rig. Classic.
Flat Earther, you are always welcome to join Team Reality over here.
Sorry, Team Reality, you've given us models and reification fallacies. You think you're in reality? No, my friend, no. Reality dictates how you navigate, and it's flat.
Bless.
And so, science won out in the end.
What? Where was the science, Dumbo? You think you established cause and effect reasoning based on a scientific prediction? No, you didn't, my friend. You're going to claim valor from science with that crap? Oh my God, you didn't even understand the argument. Not only did you not understand the argument, you didn't understand the Karl Popper analogy the argument's based on. Need more black swans, do you, Dumbo? What, science proved you right? You thought you needed more black swans, you complete clown. Yeah, well done, props. Yeah, I'll ask Karl Popper to get you a few more black swans to prove that not all of them are white. Clown.
The end. And the flat earther was never heard from again.
At Blueprint.
Yo. Dude. Never heard from? Do you not hear me ripping you a new one in front of my audience of hundreds, 78 people?
Atmospheric refraction doesn't like...
No. Atmosphere, sphere-shaped air. Atmo means air. Spheric, that's a shape, sphere-shaped. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere and not disperse into sky vacuums. Air, that's atmo, takes the shape of whatever containment it has. There's laws of nature that govern the behaviour in terms of how you describe what gas does always. It will always disperse into whatever volume it's got and fill it. That's gas behaviour. Atmosphere, what, the one that's got the atmospheric refraction? It's an oxymoron, you complete clown. What's this reality? No, it's your faith. It was given to you by the Roman Catholic Church.
You see more.
Go
ahead, Chocolate.
Out of curiosity, how old is this video? Can you see it?
2 years.
2 years. Ah, okay. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to know.
He doesn't know what refraction is, and he already snatched his own wig off. This is a geometric argument. This guy is a certified clown.
I just want to take this opportunity to say, obviously, you know, we do like to share the YouTube love here. And with all of the response quality that we've got out of this guy, I would do nothing more than encourage my audience to go and check out his channel and just let him know, you know, Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me here. Love your work. Just so you know, Nathan Oakley 1980 channel responded to you. And obviously, if he was to respond to us in this regard and say, don't you understand that we can't see a geometric horizon because it's bent at the rate of the radius that we can't measure to acquire the radial bending rate of atmospheric refraction? Didn't you know? I mean, obviously, when he comes back at us with that garbage, like they all do because they like to beget refraction at us continually, even though it debunks their own geometry, obviously, I'd want him to put my link in his video. That would be lovely, you know? I mean, obviously, in his video, he's going to credit the original Black Swan argument to Quantum Eraser with a link to his channel, or maybe he'll credit BLMSB69, the person that made the video, the one with thousands of stills strung together. What, you need more than one? What about thousands, you complete clown? Did he credit any of those people? Credits. Flat Earther, John Hughes, He says this is John Hughes. Credit to Flat Earther. I didn't see any quotes around any of this. Narrator, Alex, Big Al. So where's the credit for the material you're actually covering? Like, what, John Hughes gets credit for the Black Swan? Who's John Hughes? He's certainly not Quantum Eraser. He's the one who gave you every slide you used with the Black Swan argument in it. You know, the bye-bye ball? That was Quantum Erasers. Why haven't you credited him? It's because you're a scumbag. Yeah, one who does no research and doesn't credit anybody who's done any work on this at all. You credit somebody who, what, leaves chat comments? This is your representative of Flat Earth, is it? John Hughes? No offense to you, John Hughes, if you're listening. No. I went on camera earlier and showed you what a Flat Earther looks like. Go on, whoever that was.
This is something they do. Sorry, it was me. I stepped in. This is something that I find that our opposition do more and more. Is they don't link the original videos in their descriptions most of the time. So they'll attack some video a Flat Earther made, because I know they've done it with me, and they never link my original video. So my video that they're attacking or something. So there's no context given to somebody who doesn't know any different. So they're making sure the context or any straw man argument they made or any misrepresentation of the video that they made in their video is never found out unless somebody goes and makes a point of doing research. But they also know someone puts in the term Brian's Logic into YouTube, they may not find me. They might find stupid things where I'm linked in, videos made by anti-flat earthers that I'm linked in. The same as with the name Nathan Oakley. They may not find you. They're going to find a couple of pages of BS before they ever get to anything to do with you. So they know this and they use it to their advantage. They don't link the video. So then if someone does want to go find whoever, maybe it's Taboo Conspiracy, whoever made the video, they're going to have a hard time finding that person. And then if they do, they have to find the video. And only someone who really, really wants to know is going to do that. So it's like if these people had an argument, why are they so scared about linking the original video? If your argument is not a straw man or misrepresentation of the original video, and the original video is wrong, then you should be able to link it there into your description, like I do with their videos, with total confidence. You know, that's what I would say.
Strix view via light refracting upward. Link, link, link.
Sorry, these are links to atmospheric refraction, are they? No, you said atmospheric refraction. So this warm, hot, this imagery, this is not 7/6 of a radius, my friend. You know, when you want to claim something like terrestrial refraction, aka atmospheric refraction, aka standard refraction, then don't show something that is clearly something happening in the world we experience, as opposed to your orthographic Muppet view 7/6 of a radius value that would require a geometric horizon to measure R to give you 7/6 R. That's atmospheric refraction. This isn't that. Do some more research. Learn what the words you use actually mean. When you say atmospheric refraction, that means sphere-shaped air at 7/6 of the radius. That's what it means. This isn't that, you complete dumbo.
And we do know the height of the camera. The picture is actually a screenshot from a video. Link. Anyway, using the rate of curvature equation, 8 inches per mile squared, the horizon...
Sorry, do we use 8 inches per mile squared when we say if the Earth's radius 3959 miles and every distance to the horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
No, it's not derived like that.
Sounds like you don't even understand the argument, you complete clown. Blueprint. You are, what's the word? An idiot. You've got 49,000 other idiots following you because presumably not a single one of them have called you on it. Yeah, you are a clown. This is not the maths. The maths, do you want to know where it comes from? You might be shocked. From Earth curve geometry. That's the geometric assertion that Earth is a sphere. As asserted in the modus tollens, if Earth's a sphere radius 3959, every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Sorry, is that 8 inches per mile squared? Where did that come in?
Horizons should only be observed at 1.22 miles, not over 9 miles. Once
Did he
again,
just snatch his own?
impossible.
Hold
hold on. Did he just snatch his own wig off
Yes.
again?
Yes.
He said, as we do know the height of the camera with his screenshot, the picture is actually a screenshot from a video. He just snatched his own wig off.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's
All right,
undone half
continue.
of his own arguments.
On the
Yeah, he
globe Earth
doesn't-
model. And if there was atmospheric distortion, the horizon would still be in front of the rigs. Plus, there are a bunch more photos with less distortion. Link. Have fun explaining that. Checkmate, Glober.
There it was.
I just clarified the math bit. So the 8 inches per mile is an approximation to a certain section of supposed Earth curvature, which is just a rule of thumb for easy calculation. However, the 1.22, it doesn't just involve the shape of the surface, but it involves the height of the observer and a straight line being drawn as a tangent to the obstruction, which would be the Earth curvature. So it uses a trigonometric way of deriving it and not an approximation.
Also, he just
the
snatched his wig off
accuracy, though.
again on the video. Can these guys see the video? He just showed a second black swan.
Yeah, he said he needed more, and the thousands of frames from the video, which he disclaimed when the opponent, who may very well, although it's not got quotes or any actual links to where this is claimed to be what John Hughes has said, well, he's just ripped you a new one. If you're saying you need more,
Jay.
not that you do for a black swan, my God, then you've had one.
Hit J. Sorry, Nathan. Go up, hit J, go back 10 seconds. He's going to show a second black swan.
Link.
Yeah. No distortion on the cranes. I mean, not that it's relevant because the horizon's behind the oil rigs again. That's the argument. But you don't need this. You don't need to. You don't need a second black swan. I mean, fair enough, he gave it you.
Have fun explaining that. Checkmate, Glober.
Yeah, it was checkmated with the first black swan. Yet you don't need more than one.
There it was. A video, or at least a screen capture of a Facebook video that is itself a screen capture of the original video from YouTube. Dayton studied the video
What
with
the hell?
great determination
fuck?
and began
I'm sorry.
No swearing.
I
researching.
apologize.
That's why I said, what the hell?
What's your
The hell is
objection?
he talking
Is that
about?
an appeal to source fallacy?
Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah.
If I see.
Genetic
When he's gone
fallacy.
through, it's a copy of a copy of a copy. Did it degrade the horizon? I mean, what? Who cares?
It's
Quick
a
shout
genetic
out to
fallacy, muddy in the water, setting the stage.
Poison in the Well. Heliocentric
Yeah.
conjectural philosophy claimers lacking scientific methodology, whilst claiming flat Earth a belief, are the dented pots calling the kettle black, says Original D Rose with the super chat. Thank you very much indeed for your support. Really appreciate it. Just one more note. Again, because this is a second stream because the first failed, gonna have low numbers whether I like it or not, but it would be nice to pretty much, we do this anyway, right? We overcome the algorithm with sharing the show pretty much every day, so it'd be nice to have an extra push as we've made this an extended live show to cover all of Blueprint. Yeah, please share it. It'd be nice to get a few more people watching. That'd be marvelous. If we could get over 100 people, that'd be a good start.
After a short time, all was made clear.
At Flat Earther. Unbelievable. I mean, are we even looking at the same image? We are witnessing
I need more images. Okay, here's another one. What are you, a clown? Are we even looking at the same image? No, you asked for a different one because you didn't understand that you don't need more than one black swan.
For a 2-year-old video, this really didn't age very well.
No.
severe atmospheric refraction.
Sorry, severe atmospheric refraction. Sorry, there's no severe It's a value based on R. So what's the number associated with the severity? Yeah? Do you want to give me that in a fraction? Because it's 7/6 of the radius value in standard form. Or any derivation that you want to give me with some number over some other number based on R. That's not severe. Are you thick? It's a mathematical value based on sphere-shaped air. Sphere-shaped. Atmospheric. It's got an R value in it, you complete numpty.
Maybe he's going the route of the guy that said a refraction of a different character.
Oh, it's slight. It's only slightly looming. It's extremely looming.
He doesn't know what refraction is.
No, he does not.
Refraction. Second of all.
Super mega looming.
Holy shit.
Go ahead, Sean. Huey.
Nah, I quit.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Quit while you're ahead.
And in every one of these photos you linked, look, here's how atmospheric
The photos, when he pointed out it was a video and gave you a link to the video.
refraction
Try and keep up.
works. When light travels through a changing medium,
Excuse me, did I not hear the word atmospheric refraction? So what's this changing medium? So that sounds like Snell's law. Well, that's not atmospheric refraction. Go ahead. You definitely want to say bait and switch, Adam. You take it away.
Atmospheric refraction in the first sentence. Refraction. It's going to be a true description of refraction, I would assume. Bait and switch for the atmospheric in the first sentence.
Okay, so what Adam's saying, bait and switch. If you go and watch a movie called Matchstick Men, there's a scene where the Mark has been shown what he thinks is a suitcase full of money. There's a distraction caused, and then the suitcase is swapped out for a suitcase full of something else. Paper. No money. Well, what's happened here? This guy's told us the answer is atmospheric refraction. That's clearly sphere-shaped air, atmo being air, spheric being sphere-shaped. That's based on an R value, and atmospheric refraction is clearly defined. You don't have to look far to look it up. It's a derivation of an R value. It's 7/6 in standard form. That's called standard refraction. It's the same thing as atmospheric refraction. Standard refraction, atmospheric refraction, sphere-shaped air refraction. It's 7/6 of an R value, my friend. What's he doing now? What's he doing?
Switching it on.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I know you've not finished the description he's giving, but look, when light travels through a changing medium, right? So we're now not even talking about Snell's law, changing mediums through different mediums. And if he's going to relate that to the atmosphere, that's a non-changing medium. It's the same, which we can discuss later. But that's more than a bait and switch. That's now what's going to be an incorrect definition.
Adam, are you saying that a denser air is not a different medium than less denser air?
Sorry, based on the assumption that the air density will increase over a curved surface because it's sphere-shaped. I think I've covered this, Chocolate.
Well, what's wrong here is they don't understand the two terms, standard refraction and atmospheric refraction. Standard refraction is 7/6 of a radius. That is the standard that they always have, regardless of anything. It's the lowest amount of what they call refraction that they have, right? It can never be less, right? Atmospheric refraction is when they want to bring it then more than 7/6 of a radius, right? That's when it goes to 9/6, 10/6. I think it's 148/6. Adam can do the maths, maybe quickly enough. Yeah, 148/6 or something for the black swan image, that we use. So they don't understand what the two terms mean, number one. And number two, what is 7/6 or greater than 7/6 are? It is a change in an effective globe radius, which means that the globe, right, because it's never less than 7/6, is always an arc length and not an actual. If you saw it orthographically, what they're trying to claim, it's an arc length and not an actual circle, right? And that arc length just changes in how severe the arc is, depending on the amount of 7 or the amount of over 6 R. That's what they do. So they change that arc length. So if you use the black swan image, what you end up with is 5% of the total circumference based off their effective radius for the black swan image is their globe. So you have basically an almost straight arc length.
Get the
Obviously,
pictures,
it's not.
Brian.
Go on.
Get the
Sorry?
pictures. I know what you're on about, but it's
Yeah,
quite
okay.
a powerful image that when you see what they're doing to their supposed equator, which we can consider this 7 over. If you get that ready, carry on, but get that ready because it's going to be relevant. Because this is what they're doing. This is changing. Now they'll try and say it's because it's easier to do it mathematically, but remember they're now changing the nature of the surface, straightening it out, is what they're doing mathematically as they account for these types of refraction.
This can be air, water, or even gravity. The light is distorted by the changing densities caused by the intense temperature gradient over the water.
Nah, it's just 7 over 6 of a radius value.
Look at that diagram, QA. Material boundary. So they're putting up Snell's law, and they're showing refraction, which is correct. But look at how it's labelled. Material boundary. That's not representative of their atmosphere, is it?
No, they just made this up. It's the same substance. It's air. That's incorrect. We need citation exactly where this diagram came from because this is fraud.
Where's the material boundary between warm and cooler air?
Sorry.
No, air and air. Where's the material boundary between air and air?
Precisely. Between the horizon in this image on screen now, this is the black swan, right? It's farcical, but it's labelled for the purposes of education as geometric horizon. It's actually much, much earlier than that because this is zoomed right in. Nevertheless, I've got the apparent horizon way beyond, and it's labelled apparent horizon, as in you can see it. Yeah, it's behind the oil rigs. Right, where's the, according to his diagram, material boundary between us and this horizon to claim his bastardized version of the non-7 over 6 atmospheric refraction he claimed earlier. Now he's opened a new suitcase with this in it because the new suitcase has got a boundary layer in it. Material boundary. You clown a blueprint. Am I blind or do I not see any bloody boundary between me and this horizon in this image or in the video? No, we do not. Because this would be akin to a description, again, in Muppet vision. Yeah? Like traversing across your view. Now, that's not how light behaves, but for the sake of example, if we're describing Snell's law, or the diagram of a glass that you had earlier, then your descriptions would have a change in substance for the light to change in direction. So, are you going to show us that? Because this clearly isn't what we have in the black swan. This is a glass of water with two different mediums and a boundary between them. The meniscus layer I'm going to describe as the boundary in this example. Where the hell is that in the black swan? Oh, is it because you were describing light bending at a rate of the radius in atmospheric form? Sphere-shaped air oxymoron. And now you're talking about something completely different? Akin to you throwing up a load of photos of things that happen in the world that aren't 7 over 6 of a radius? Yeah, it seems you're doing very badly with your fraud. Because no, 7 over 6 of a radius doesn't include any meniscus layer in water or boundary layer in Snell's law. You're just a fraud. Yeah, like a lying shit that everybody who's subscribed to should immediately unsubscribe from. But obviously, in the spirit of YouTube and all that, I'm going to share your link. Yeah? Like I expect people to do for me. Yeah? And say to my audience, go and let this guy know that Nathan Oakley 1980 channel sent him based on the fact that we pulled apart his video when he was fraudulently telling... No, don't tell him that. Just say Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me after he responded to your video in which we point out what a clown you are and what a fraud you are. Because this isn't atmosphere, is it? Is this sphere-shaped air for this example? This air don't look very sphere-shaped to me. Looks like water. It's not sphere-shaped. It's not air. It's not atmo. Why are you showing me this, you fraud? Yes, because that's what you are, a fraud. Let's make no bones about it. That's what we deal with daily. Do you not know who you're dealing with We're people who spot fraud and point it out as fraud. This isn't sphere-shaped air.
Is distorted by the changing densities caused by the intense temperature gradient over the water.
So that's 7/6R, is it? Because that's what atmospheric refraction is, fraud. Liar, scumbag, deceitful idiot, doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't do very much research, and has to have the commenter who's arguing with him tell him about the fact it's a video. Tell him that there's more than one example of a black swan. You are thick. Blueprint. Yeah, this is what actual flat earthers do when they're physical people who have shows talking about this subject professionally. That's what you have to deal with. People who call out fraud. That's you.
And since these effects tend to bend with the curvature of the Earth...
Oh, really? What, like at 7/6 of the rate of the radius? Bend with the curvature of Earth? Where was that in the glass of water? I didn't see any bending of Earth curve in that glass of water. You utter fraud.
So too does the image.
Intense temperature gradient. Intense. How did he validate there was an intense temperature gradient?
My problem is, right, like, and maybe this is for like the new people listening. We keep saying this thing 7/6R, right, which is standard refraction, which is their response to the black swan, which is supposed to prove the R. But don't they need the R first before they take the R that they don't have and put it in an equation and then change it to prove the R that they just made up?
Yeah, this is why they shouldn't have shouted refraction, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that intense temperature gradient over the horizontal.
Yeah, do you want to show us in this picture? I want measurements for every millimetre between the observation point made by BLMSB 69 and the horizon. I want to know every temperature. Have you got that? Oh, so it's a baseless assertion fallacy. You don't know any temperatures. Okay, what was the temperature on the day, Blueprint? Tell me that. Oh, you don't even know the temperature on the day? So you know precisely dick about this to make that claim? Yeah, that's what frauds do. They make up shit on the spot.
Well, hold on, because I think QE had a bigger point.
I said no swearing, and then secondly, my point was this is just a cluster screw. Can he show us a horizontal gradient? An intense horizontal gradient.
Isn't this, John, where we pull out Andrew Thomas Young, their subject matter expert?
Yeah, this was your point. Yeah, I
Are you
thought
able to get that? Because I ain't got it to hand. I know you've got it, but this is the point that, from their own expert, destroys them. In terms of what they're claiming here, which is this boundary to enforce refraction, as we know it. Yeah, this physical boundary layer that they're invoking. What they're trying to fudge here is that this temperature difference, this density difference, very minute as it is sufficient to invoke this refraction of Snell's law at a rate, as Brian says, of 7/6R.
I just want to dumb that down a bit. Sorry, Adam, to interject. I want to dumb that down for the audience. So the implication by way of suggestion that we have atmospheric refraction, which is also a bastardized version of Snell's law, means that a hill that should, according to the globe, physically block your view of things behind it has now moved behind the things it's supposed to physically block, based on just saying atmosphere and then showing not air in a sphere shape but a glass of water with a straw in it. Okay, just so we're clear, glass in water with straw proves physical hill getting in the way is behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Just so we're all clear what the claim is by him in rebuttal.
Oh, when you say it like that, it's really freaking funny when you say it like that.
I have the 7/6 demonstration thing ready there. If you want, just let me know when you want it and I'll do it. It doesn't have to be now.
How long will it be? I mean, how long does it take?
Only a moment.
I'll take you at your word. Go ahead, Brian.
That's not a moment with Brian.
Yeah, I
That's
know.
10 minutes to your average, folks.
Go ahead.
I know. I'll make it fast, right? Here in front of you, you have a green circle, and around that, a larger red circle. The green circle is the globe That's the size the globe Earth is supposed to be geometrically. The red circle is representing the size of the globe when there is 7/6 of a radius at it. That is their effective radius. So this green circle has a radius of 3,959 miles. The red circle has a radius of 4,618.83 miles, right? They say that you will never experience the world, right, their globe world, right, being any smaller than this red circle. So they are saying that this green circle is only ever a big arc length of this red circle. This is what they say, right? So their globe, this green circle, is never ever seen and cannot ever be seen because their globe can never be represented any smaller than this red circle, right? That's the basics of it. Without going into what I mean by arc length. You'll see that in a second. So for the just for the black swan image.
Before you get to that, Bri.
Okay.
Before you do the big one, just take the red circle. If we take the assumption we're on this ball, and we've got the green circle, that is the physical world, okay, plotted out on that green circle. It's all there. I use the word equator. If you just think of the equator there. Now, when I go to the red circle, if I divide that circle into 7 pieces, 6 of them equate to the green circle. They have a physical place, but you'll see how they miss a place and move, which is important later for celestial navigation when we apply this. But you'll see that move. But 1/7 of that red circle, say point D to E, look, wherever it is, 1/7, just bring it up a bit to about 1:30-ish. That D to E area, if we go all the way around anti-clockwise, all the way around from D to E, that is equivalent plotting of the equator. But that zone D to E is dead. There's nothing there. It doesn't exist. The circle isn't completed. There's no part of reality that relates to that zone if you do a 7/6R. And that's 7/6R. So now, Bri, if you go to the black swan, you'll start to see what they do. And as I said earlier, they're changing the surface, not the optics. This is what they have to do for the black swan.
Well, could you just not?
Hold on, I think it's there after giving everyone seizures on screen. Go ahead.
Go on, Brian. Now just explain what B2C is, mate, and we're done.
Yeah, this is going to be quick.
I've got the kettle on. I'm good.
I'll do it right. So, as I just said earlier, that final part that was missing.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Was the 6 segments of the 7 division, the 6/7 of that circle represented all of the equivalent equator that we're saying there. Now, when we look at this one, which is the black swan equivalent R value needed to put the horizon as demonstrated in reality, we're going to equate horizons to blockage. This is the size of the circle you make, but all of the circumference, the equator, is contained between points B and C. The rest of that does not exist in reality. The whole equator is encapsulated in that small segment.
Yeah, this is what I mean by an arc length. The little arc length between B and C, that's the whole, for the black swan photograph, that's what they need to claim. That this here is what the globe becomes. The globe becomes that little arc length there, right, of this whole circle. So they need to claim that little arc length there is what the globe became on that day to explain, and they needed to have an effective radius that gave them of 263 or 64,000 miles that gave them a circumference this big, but the actual geometric globe, right, when they do that, becomes this arc length. That's what I meant.
Okie dokie.
Clearly allowing the observer to see over the horizon line. And if you don't think that atmospheric refraction can do that,
it doesn't do that, no, because you're automatically showing, at least you're in line with Globe Earth rhetoric, a Muppet view of the world. Every photograph to date didn't include the side of the observer's head. Now that's where Muppet vision mathematics, including atmospheric refraction actually take place. But that's not the world we live in. I never see oil rigs and the side of my own head in the shot. Yeah, this is Muppet vision, orthographic view. Yeah, that's where terrestrial refraction takes place, not in cups of water. So you're way off the reservation with all of this nonsense.
Nowhere in reality, Nathan, are you ever able to see over a hill, over a physical obstruction? He's got on screen there Fata Morgana. That is not the claim. See, again, false evidence being given. Yeah. John Dee will testify. If you want any of these effects to occur, as demonstrated in the image, okay, you have to have line of sight to the object for the optical effect to then occur. If you've not got line of sight, it ain't happening. Yeah. As demonstrated in the picture. Look, the cowboy can see the oil well. Yeah. And what happens in the fact that it raises it up? He still has to have a direct line of sight to it first. There cannot be a hill in the way, can there? If I stick a big hill between him and the oil well, it doesn't matter. The light cannot travel or be moved positionally via Fata Morgana.
Yeah.
It's not the claim.
I'll just do it with my mouse. So in Muppet vision, now let's imagine that there's a mountain in the way of the oil rig. Okay, so we've got a hill in the way. Now I'm going to call that hill in the way, not to scale, but in the way, at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet based on being on a sphere radius 3959. Then there's a hill in the way. But you're saying because you put a straw in water and talk about sphere-shaped air, the hill is behind the oil rig now. The hill physically moved behind the oil rig. Yeah? That's what he's saying. Shout out to James
Would that be a
Mays.
false equivalence?
Hold on. Shout out to James Mays who says, good, thumbs up. Shows, guys. Cheers. Or good show with a thumbs up in between. I read that completely wrong. Let's just start that again. Good show, guys. Cheers with a thumbs up. In order that threw me. Thank you very much for the super chat, James Mays. Really appreciate it.
Your pictures prove it.
No. Why do you woot? Woot in the pause. Go ahead.
I tried to woot in the pause. You. So this is what Adam was talking about. We're going back to the horizontal gradient. Can you pop that up? There you go, Adam.
Thank you. Shall I read it?
Yeah, do please. Hopefully take your time, but speed very slowly and deliberately, please. Just long enough to make me brew.
With purpose, as always. Some people have worried about how to apply the reflection.
Stop.
No, stop. I'm stopping.
Stop. First, you have to identify who is speaking here.
Well, why did you put it at the bottom?
Because that's how you cite things.
Oh, that's a fair point. Well, I know. Okay, then. So as I said earlier, when we get to this point, which is the crux of their false claim, how and why things render flat is because of atmospheric refraction. We've seen the scales required for the black swan, but this is the crux of what they're saying to apply Snell's law to get this bastardized form of what we understand as refraction. So Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, astronomy department. Okay. Some people are worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface. But here, we are only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light, infinitely narrow. Rays do not really exist.
So, Mr. Bluebonnet, Numpty, you see this first sentence right up here? This is going to take you to the woodshed really quick. Some people are worried about how to apply the refraction law. We'll get to that in a second. To such a horizontal ray of light. This is the important part to you, bonehead. Because it does not, you see this right up here. Because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air. You follow that?
You're picking up what he's putting down, numpty. Hello? Knock, knock, knock.
There
Just
are
as
no
a question.
gradients, horizontal gradients. Right?
Just
We want to get to, hold on a second. Let's get to actual refraction. Snell's law. 1 second. Go on, talk amongst yourselves.
Well, I was just going to say, could we just not grant him that, and then he can't even get an angle to a curved surface? I mean, you can't get it from a curved surface, but
Yes.
what he's describing is how he can't get an angle to a curved surface. So he's just really crapping all over everything that he wants to try to believe in.
105 people watching. Woo, 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 woo. Exactly. That's where the geometry dies. You've laboured it. Maybe QE will reiterate it. It's up to him where he's going with this. But yeah, absolutely. Well, no tangent then. Bye-bye, globe geometry.
Well, this is from the physics classroom, if you still got me going on here. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not actually a wave either, but we'll continue. I digress. As it passes from, you see this bonehead, one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave, which is not, upon crossing the boundary. So the tendency of a ray of light that doesn't exist to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave that doesn't exist speeds up or slows down. You see this? Here is the boundary between two different materials, air and water. You see this? You're finished. You're a clown. Say goodnight. You don't know what refraction is. I'd be shocked if you know what your own name was. Out.
At Blueprint, I know all about how refraction works. The light will point to the medium that is more dense like cold air than a less dense one like hot air. This is provable since atmospheric refraction is stronger in weather.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Seems like the flat earthers affirming atmospherics. Yeah, that's definitely not us, but there we go. Go on,
Did you
whoever.
say it was stronger in weather?
Yeah.
Strong refraction.
This is what the flat earthers apparently saying to him, you realise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
And you made the bold claim that refracted light bends with the curvature of the Earth.
That's what it's not light bending anything. It's a 7/6 of the radius value when extending out the surface of the curved Earth that you assume based on the tangent point you can no longer get. Yeah, kudos.
Can we address the word bending, please? We've just had a description of refraction. There's nothing bending. We've got a change in the angle. Yeah, if we are coming at a funky angle into a change of medium, we'll get a change in angle there. Yeah. What's not happening is light bending. Okay. And this is the crux to their claim. We have to have a million teeny weeny squadrillion little bends in these different media that don't exist. There's no such thing as it bending. It doesn't suddenly just start to curve like they do in their orthographic view. To invoke this bit of physics, they have to have an infinite amount of tiny, minute bends that equate to the 7/6R or their 180 odd.
Okay, yes, you're correct. They haven't got infinite layers of glass to create boundary layers to have a curving.
They haven't got two. Never mind infinite. They've
Right.
got two to make one small change.
I just want to
Never
do a quick
mind.
forewarning because we've had an extended live show, right? Because of the broken show at the beginning. I can deprive my wife and kids of water and heat. Just about getting away with that at the moment. But if I deprive them of this space for too long, my marriage might end. So therefore, at some point, I do have to open the doors, and that'll be when my wife gets back from Rainbows. So if there's background noise, because I'm happy to keep the live show going, but I can't keep the door closed and deprive them of the space. So if there's kiddie noise and stuff, you're just going to have to accept that. If it gets too much or too unprofessional, I'll have to at least end the live show at that stage. But I just want to forewarn the audience in case, suddenly you're hearing kids screaming and all that sort of stuff. No, I'm not beating them.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
we know. So you got my screen up?
Yeah.
This is what Adam is talking about. There's no bending here. This is Snell's law for refraction. There's no bending here. And by the way, Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes' law, and the law of refraction is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves. Light's not a wave, by the way, but I digress. Passing through, here we go again, a boundary between, two different isotropic media, and they give examples such as water, glass, or air. You see this, numpty, bonehead, blueprint. See this, air and water. You see the boundary. There's no bending. That wouldn't be refraction. You're a joke. You know what you are? You're a pretender clown fraud.
Quick question,
very much.
Kiwi,
Have a nice
on
day.
this. When they were making their claim, they were saying the medium in which this was occurring was and the differential was the warmer and cooler air, therefore different densities as it changed. Is warmer and cooler air a different isotropic media? Because that seems to be the requirement for this refraction to occur. It requires two different isotropic media. So is warm and cool air different isotropic media?
Isn't that what I asked you earlier?
So this is what you get, bonehead blueprint, for mindlessly parroting idiot numpty baltards. This is what you get. You get exposed like this.
If so, please demonstrate. Demonstrate light bending in a downward convex way due to atmospheric refraction. I'd love to see it.
It can't be shown because atmospheric refraction takes place in the orthographic maths of a model that isn't reality. It takes place based on an R value that can't be measured if we have atmospheric refraction because we never have a tangent point to measure the geometry. So it can't be shown. You know, this is probably where the biggest part of the bait and switch takes place, and he'll say, here you go, I'll show you effects in reality, as opposed to 7/6 of the radius. We'll see.
Get wrecked at Blueprint.
Yes, hold on. Go on, Brian.
Sorry. No, what they'll show is Mick West pointing a laser right up the way through causing a curve through sugar water, right? That's what they'll show. Not a natural effect. They won't show this out in the real world. And that'll be shown in orthographic. You'll see it orthographically, and then they'll show you the globe orthographically. But that has nothing to do with what they're calling standard and atmospheric refraction. I just showed earlier on. We just went through it. It's a change, right, in the rate of curve of an arc length. That's what it is. Either a more straight or a more curved arc length, depending on the amount of whatever over 6 order you need to have, as per the observation. That's what it is. There's no bending light bending down around the curve. It's not the light that's bending down, it's the globe that's bending up. That's what it actually is. So every time I see this, yeah, go on, John.
I was going to say, do you think the reason they do that is so they can keep their eye lines straight in their orthographic image, so they can get angles from it?
Yeah, so what they do is they show you the globe of its actual size orthographically, and they bend a line from somebody's eye around it to some point on the far side of it. But in reality, what they're trying to claim is that globe is an arc length that straightens out or bends more, depending on the amount, on the observation, what they need to claim. So the person's eye line wouldn't change. It would still be a horizontal eye line, because what it is that the object that's being seen is being brought up for them to see it. But orthographically, when they want to show this, they don't. Most people who try and show this don't know what a standard and atmospheric refraction is, so they show it incorrectly with a curve going down over a curved surface, as opposed to what it really is, which is that curved surface bending up the way to keep that line of side straight. That's what it actually is. So they're showing it in reverse, the wrong way.
I want to add to that, right? Because yesterday...
You can after a shout at the super chat. Who
Do it.
says dreams don't come true? 4 more hours, says JMLs24. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, Adam.
I'm doing my best, JMLs. I just wanted to add to that because we was talking, I think, with Humble H about descriptions of things. And I think I forward mathematics is always a best case, especially the more complicated you get, the more you have to realize that your mathematical description is maybe not as perfect as a modeling of the reality. What we have here is something so perverse. I hope it's been demonstrated with Brian's pictures. How accurate can a model be, mathematical model, that's only there to excuse why we're seeing so far in conjunction with living on a ball? So this is the only purpose for this mathematics. But how accurate can it be when what we've demonstrated, or what the claim is that this is an optical effect, but the mathematics describes perverting the surface to match the image? This is how outlandish their claim is. Even their mathematics is not representative of their claim. They're claiming 7/6 refraction, whatever that is, and what they do mathematically is make the ball bigger so that reality matches their claim.
Well, that's the trick, though. They can't do it the other way because if they bent the line like they're saying it is, then they wouldn't be able to, use angles or anything else. They would.
But the point I'm making is the maths is meaningless. We're describing optics in a mathematical construct of expanding a ball's R value to explain images of reality that only need explaining if we think we live on a ball.
At Flat Earther. Okay. Ask and you shall receive. This is the material boundary, dense medium on bottom. Here is the normal line. This is Schnell's law.
So,
Jesus.
Excuse me. Did you not say it was atmospheric refraction that caused this effect? So why are you showing us Snell's law? Where's the boundary layer between us and the horizon in the Black Swan? There is no boundary layer here.
Yeah, such a boundary layer would be kind of not a very hard, distinct boundary, like with glass and water and air. So this is pointless. It wouldn't work because it's not a distinct boundary layer.
Light entering a dense medium bends toward the normal line. Light exiting a dense medium bends away from the normal line. Gucci? Gucci.
Oh, sorry, just noticed. He's saying less dense, warm air, and more dense, cold air. Sorry, clown shoes. Do you think that there's a physical, distinct, material boundary between warm and cold air? Air is comprised mostly of gaps. You don't know what bloody air is. Yeah, this doesn't form a boundary, you utter clown.
Maybe he's thinking of it like a fluid.
No, he's not. He's a fraud. You need citation for this or you're a fraud. You just conjured this. I just debunked you just a few minutes ago, showing you what actual Snell's law was. From physics classroom that was cited, you just made this up.
Can you read it again with regards to the requirement, John? I pointed out earlier. What's the requirement for Snell's law to exist?
2 isotropic media.
Right. Is warm and cold air 2 isotropic media different ones, or is it just one?
No, both the cold and the hot are anisotropic.
I got a second question. Adam just asked, is warm or cold air? My question is less dense or more dense air a different isotropic media?
No.
No.
Nope.
Ouch.
Fraud.
Here is an object obscured by the horizon. Here.
No. This is not an object obscured by the horizon. Do you want to show me where the horizon is in this image? Maybe you don't know what a horizon is. Yeah, it's the apparent boundary between what? The sky and the ground or sea? This doesn't have that. What this is an orthographic tangent point based horizon that you claim is a physical hill between you and these oil rigs. We never see this. This isn't what was shown in the Black Swan image. Did you see BLMS's head in the image? Yeah, did we see Bo? No, surprisingly, when you take a picture of something, you don't see the side of your own head.
Here is that same scenario, now with air and a density gradient.
But where's the density gradient? I don't see any cool air, warm air. Further to that, imagery doesn't appear like this. We don't see the side of our own head. And what atmospheric refraction is actually, described by Brian earlier, an extension of the curved surface you assume. And the curved surface you assume is based on a tangent point horizon that you're currently debunking in this claim. What a numpty.
Yeah, we
Each
need the
time-
horizontal density gradient also.
Right, because it makes no sense. If you're looking top down on a layer, it's not going to give you the bending. It's going to mirror it. Because if the angle becomes too steep, it's just going to be a mirror. It doesn't actually work. It makes no sense to show it like this.
Okay, for anybody who's joining us late in the game, right, so this is Blueprint, and as I would encourage anybody who makes videos about me to do, we're going to share his link in the live stream chat so that you can go and let him know that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent you and how much you admire his work. Maybe drop in a hint that we've responded to his video. Hopefully he'll do the same for me when he responds. If he responds, if anybody responds, we're covering a lot of people, so I'm going to do it for all of them. Share the love. Go and subscribe today to Blueprint, who obviously is making fantastic material for us to respond to.
Light behaves according to Schnell's law.
But I think we've addressed what's about to come up now is what we've addressed, and this is his false claim that the way in which the light is going to not bend but be refracted in a multitude of ways, yeah, is based on the premise of this warm and cold air. We've demonstrated that is, we've cited that is not the case. Yeah. So wherever it goes from here, his evidence is false.
Clearly bends light along the curvature of the Earth and raises the image slightly. What? Now, I realize that you have just been thoroughly wrecked, and you will not soon recover from this. Right?
Oh, you declared victory at that point, did you, Blueprint?
What happened to the hill? Why didn't the hill refract?
He thinks he's cool is what the problem is.
Yo, dude. Yeah.
Gucci.
There's a hill that's physically obscuring your view. Now, based on the image you gave us earlier, you drew a tangent point to what you called a horizon. It wasn't. It was a single point of tangency in an orthographic view. It wasn't a horizon. Nobody in their right mind who's got eyes to see will ever look at a horizon and see a single point of tangency in orthographic view. But you called it the horizon when you drew a straight line in line with the geometry you'll need, that's a tangent point, to that horizon. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this nonsense doesn't have a tangent anymore. It still has the hill in the way, though, doesn't it? Yeah, this hill's still in the way of the oil rig? You're saying what, light bends around to see the oil rig? Oh, right. What about this hill that's in the way? Does this effect project this hill behind the oil rig? Because that's what you're saying this effect will do. When you remove the point of tangency, your globe maths, including terrestrial atmospheric-based refraction, based on R, requires. You need a tangent for this geometric assertion. Oh, no, it's just this random three lines that bend at a point. Is this the boundary layer, you utter clown? Check it out in the top right-hand corner. Boundary layer, black line. Is that this? Is this the boundary layer? Is this the point where it changes direction from straight? I thought it was bending. Now it's a series of connected straight lines. Is this the boundary, you utter clown? There's no boundary
Nathan,
here.
He's got the basic function of refraction completely 90 degrees wrong, because refraction really happens when you're much more perpendicular to the surface, right? That's when it starts to change the angle and all that through the medium transition, looking straight at a flat plate of glass, for example. But if the angle becomes too steep, you're looking past the medium, it's not going to really refract at some point anymore. You're not going to see through it. No, it's going to reflect. So he got the entire foundational concept of basic refraction mechanics completely 90 degrees wrong.
This is the image slightly. What? Now, I realize that you have just been thoroughly wrecked, and you will not soon recover from this. Frankly, I'm embarrassed for you, at Flat Earther, as you should be.
No, au contraire.
If I were you, I would not reply to this thread anymore.
I've just done a 2 3/4 hour live stream based on it, my friend. There was a lot of nonsense to rip to shreds.
God bless.
God bless. Okay.
Flat Earther.
And so, another debate comes to a close.
Really? Not really. You'd need an R for your 7/6R sphere-shaped air that you bait and switched us with Snell's law. We've debunked that in 2020. You haven't got a geometric horizon anymore if you're refracting the horizon behind the oil rigs. It's not a tangent point. You haven't got any geometry to assert. Game over globe. It closes the debate for a globe because you haven't got a geometric earth curve hill in the way of anything anymore.
Nathan, I have a very quick demonstration. I'm sharing my screen there. If you wouldn't mind showing it, I'll be very quick. It shows exactly what.
Yeah, sure.
Am I on? Yes, on the board. So see this little area here? There will be fast QE. See this person standing here, let's just say, that's their line of sight down to their horizon. As you can see, if I zoom in, that's where it intersects their globe, right? But they need to see this point here. That's what they need to account for, because obviously somebody is seen with a camera further than what their geometric horizon would allow. So what they do is they do this. They keep the globe the same, right? But they do this with the globe. And that becomes just a different type of an arc length. So the globe is always just an arc length, right? But it just depends on how curved that arc length is. And they'll do that if they need the person to be able to see over that curve. That's what they'll do with their globe. So see the way it becomes more straight. That's all they're doing. So the globe is always just an arc length that they change the severity of. Thank you.
Were changed, but perhaps something was learned by our spectators. This is what Blueprint would call a win for science.
What a dick. So he rounds it out by claiming science.
God.
So no. Modus tollens, the assertion you're refuting or claiming to refute, is a logical consistency. It's not science, right? The claim of a physical hill obscuring your view, that's Earth curve, that's not science either. If it were true, in the physical, literal, and metaphorical sense, it would be a concrete noun. Yeah? A hill getting in the way. That's not a phenomena. It's not something within the purview of science to establish cause and effect reasoning with through hypothesis-based experimentation. This is not science, you total buffoon. You have no idea what science is, yet you're stealing valor from it at the end of a crappy debunk that basically bait and switched his audience between terrestrial sphere-shaped air refraction at 7/6 in standard form versus what we observe light to do when it traverses different mediums, with his example being a straw in a cup of water. He then relinquished all geometry of a globe Earth by bending the light to the geometric tangent point required in his globe Earth geometry assertion. This was the biggest fail there could be.
They will sing.
Go on.
I was gonna kind of say that too. Like, well, thanks Blueprint for making an entire video making a optical argument. Maybe you might want to make another one since it's like 2 years later and actually make a geometric argument, which is what you should be arguing for. But you know, maybe you need some time to catch up.
Well, I would like to give him an opportunity to prove himself and give me an angle to a curved surface using a bent line or a curved line. That I would like to see that as a personal challenge.
Yeah, you can't get an angle to a curved surface. The moment he asserts refraction, or any response includes the word refraction, you are bending the line of sight. Therefore, you can no longer measure Earth geometrically as a sphere. It's a snatching your own wig off, designed internally by by purposefully. It's incorporated into the modus tollens by the very clever man who made it. The whole purpose of it is for them to say, oh, it's refracted. What? So not geometric then? Not Earth curve blocking our view then? An optical effect? So no longer the maths of Earth curve in Muppet view, where feet and inches values don't change with distance. That's optical, right? When it's optical, we've got angular sizes that change with distance. That's optical. Their Earth curve geometry relies upon them having tangent points to Earth curve. Oh, what's that? The line to the Earth curve's bent? Bye-bye, globe. You utter idiot. You don't understand logical consistency. You're demonstrating to everybody how stupid you are when you say it's refraction to overcome this argument. So no Earth curve geometry then. Bye-bye claim of Earth curve geometry blocking boats and buildings. That's the whole point of the argument, you utter buffoon. Way to snatch your own wig off, Blueprint. Go and let him know we responded. Tell him Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. And shout out to Retro Bill, who says, thanks for the brain damage. Nathan, I'm rocking in the corner with my straight jacket on. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate the support, Retro Bill.
Yeah, so Nathan,
I'm
what
gonna
you're
need some
saying?
royalties for all this copyright infringement of my snatching your own wig off. QE.
No. I started the snatching the wig. There,
Bro, we're gonna have to holler about this later.
Let's just see what we've got. Well, he might have something else at the end while you guys rumpus it out.
Praises of this victory for 1,000 generations. But beware, the flat earthers will come. They will be in the comment section under this very video, sowing chaos. Descend to the comment section at
We might do that. We might have a little look at your comment section and see what has been left and what's been censored away. If we can find it. Okay, cool. I think that's all we've got to add. We might go to the after show to have a look at his comment section, as he suggested we do that.
Well, I just want to say that copyrighted is QEs, but snatching the wig off, that would be Chocolate Sands.
Negative. You're incorrect.
It was
I sent Chocolate. Wait. I sent Chocolate a video of people evaluating Zeppelin's song. They were evaluating, and she said, which I already knew, that he just snatched his own wig off. Remember that, Chocolate? Own up to it. Hit it with the wall, Chocolate.
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I never got that from any video.
Yeah,
I got it. I
got
remember
it
Brian
after the
saying
Black
it. Brian saying it a couple of weeks earlier, I remember. Anyway, shout out to D's Nuts. You've just given me money. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much.
But you did just say D's nut on air, so that was.
Did you make that?
Swan.
Yeah, but that's the name. No.
That's the name of the person giving me the super chat.
Guys, D33Z. Nuts.
D's Nuts.
Thanks.
That's what it says.
Brian.
That's just
said
lead
he's
speak.
Brian said he was going to be quick. It was 1 minute and 15 seconds, Brian, just to let you know.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a little bit left. We'll just see what else he's got to say. There might be some golden nugget right at the end. Who knows?
at your own peril. Though, who knows? Perhaps in engaging with a flat earther, you too may learn something new today.
Finish.
Yeah, that's it.
Didn't I?
That's it.
Finish with the truth. Engage with a flat earther and you might learn something true today.
You might learn something true, like I should be making a geometric argument, but I just made a whole video about how it's optical. Thanks.
Yeah, if there is a blockage, let's just say there's 60 foot of something blocked by an optical blockage, what has any of that got to do with geometry or something physical? Nothing. So what's the point making the argument? Why would you waste your time making an argument for an optical blockage when you're supposed to be arguing for a physical blockage?
I agree, Brian. What's love got to do with it?
Yeah, what's what, an inferior mirage? Well, that's nothing to do with globe.
And in defense of Brian, when Kiwi measured the amount of time that Brian just used a minute, 15 seconds. He didn't account for time dilation. I about guarantee that.
I would
You're
point
making
out
the
one
assumption
thing he didn't.
Did you
cope
factor
with.
in time dilation, QE? I'm eating.
He's gone quiet because
Yeah,
he
but
knows he didn't.
time dilation only really happens in the consciousness. It's whether you like something or you find it tedious, then something can seem to last longer or time flies by.
Only
That's the
happened on
real
Red
time
Dwarf
dilation.
or if you're on Starbuck. The
Oh,
thing I
no,
would
no,
say
really?
that wasn't addressed in all of this is we brought up a lot of numbers and consequence. We talked about the effect of the consequent of the R value with regards to the black swan. He didn't go anywhere near that. He just gave apologetics and incorrect apologetics for why it might happen without any real consideration of the magnitude of what the black swan image shows.
Right. I'm going to round out the live show. We will be an after show to follow, but I'm going to do a little bit of an e-begging appeal because I am quite literally without heating and water at the moment. So if you did want to support me, or you had any inkling to support the channel, this would be a really great time to do so. There's a PayPal link in the info box below this video, so smash that if you do want to support me or this channel, as it would be really, really appreciated. I don't normally do such overt e-begging, but it's needs must as the devil drives, as they say. So with that, I will say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who did smash the super chat. Really do appreciate it. Liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Like I say, once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either premiering stream. Another massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. And I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
God. Not going to let this go, is he, Chocolate?
I mean, that's
no.
cool. No, you could be right that you got that from that song, but that's not where I got it from. I don't remember.
No, where
hearing
you
somebody.
got it
Let me get this
from.
straight.
Not where I got it from, where you got it from, because I sent that video to you, and we were both commenting on it.
But the debating point that spilled into the after show was who came up with snatch your own wig off. Let me get this straight.
Yes.
No, time dilation was the initial charge, but QE refused to respond, so Brian's off the hook.
Well, we know that you didn't come up with it, Nathan, because you don't come up with anything. You just steal everything.
Wow, talk about a low blow.
Wow. What are you talking about? He named a whole calculator.
I think I come up with
Such a catchy name too, innit? So many people saying it.
is.
What do you got
Just
to say to
wonder,
that, Neil?
Brian and Adam still.
No, hold on. Yeah, we're still here. Just hold on, Uncle H. What do you got to say to that, Neil?
Nathan's my man. He knows I'm only breaking his caps.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Uncle H.
Oh, okay. I took a bit of a thrashing this week on a couple of things that I had to go and do some homework on. I was just wondering if I could just, again, clear up some things in. First, to do with describe or explain.
Yeah. Does everyone have 2.5, 3 hours?
It's not about the same things, right? Please let it not be the same thing again.
Yeah, but he's on.
Okay, sorry. I'm just a student in the class trying to learn something, and the professor is here. I took some homework home, and I'm just trying to clarify if I got things right.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question is, describe deals with the what and the is, and explain is the hows and the why.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So if I can play you something then that may explain why I may have been having a question about this, okay? And tell me if my volume works for you.
See the way
No.
I not working.
No.
Article
No,
explains
it doesn't
the
work.
result of the experiment. That's it. No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay. So I'm just going to read the transcript then, okay?
Okay.
And it goes on to use it says okay, this is talking about Schrodinger and what he did. It says what he did was to reverse engineer. I'm
Where's this
sorry?
transcript from? Just for context, where's this transcript from? What are you?
Oh, it's from one of the videos that QE made, and I'm just reading the transcript. Okay.
Good
and
to
it
know you've
says,
got transcripts of QE.
Sorry. Oh, can I go ahead now?
Yes.
Okay. What he did was to reverse engineer the experiment results and said, well, if this is the case, then this had to be going on back here so that he came up with a description of the wave function. See, the wave function is not a physical wave. There is no medium radical construct that explains the results of this experiment. That is now now I'm not saying that there wasn't, yeoman's work. To get there, no doubt about it, he received the Nobel Prize for it. But that's what he did. So the mathematical description is fine. He can describe it all day long, right? So with this thing, if I'm getting this right, he came up with, as was explained earlier, a radical construct that explains. I'm sorry.
As it ended, are you talking now?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I should. Thank you very much. Yeah, I stopped, and I'm going back now to show the two places in this statement where the word explains comes out, and then dealing with the same thing and my understanding of what's being said, it then goes and calls it a mathematical description.
Okay.
Do you understand how
same
both
thing over again?
Description, explanation. I don't understand why you're confused.
Maybe this will help.
Right. What is it?
Explain a cat.
No, just
Sorry?
clarify what H was saying. H, are you saying within the quote there that you're saying that
Yes.
somebody says, here's an explanation from a mathematical description?
No, I'm saying the word explain is being associated with this wave function, but then further on, it's used to say it's describing something.
Which do you think it is?
I don't, this is what I'm trying to figure out. I'm saying this is what I'm trying to figure out. Is it an explanation or a description?
When does the wave appear?
No, please, the professor is here. It's his statement I'm asking about, please.
Why? This is more
Because
interesting.
you're always, I think, and I'm sorry, I don't want to, like, I don't want to use the term sort of white knighting, but if the professor is here, I'm dealing with his
All
point.
right, so that's the point.
Stop pestering him.
Why? No. The more interesting point is that the professor is here. These aren't it John's grammar that you're actually wanting to investigate here?
No, not John. QE.
Okay. So
He's
what?
here, isn't he?
No, hold on. A lot of confusion. My name's John.
Is it
Oh, sorry,
QE's
my bad.
grammar?
Oh, yes, I always use the word QE. My
You
bad.
don't know
Okay.
that?
I know it, but I again,
Okay,
he
who
used.
cares? Adam,
How
can you get
could
this
you
back
not
on the...
know that,
Hold on,
having
everyone
watched
stop.
all his
Everyone
material?
stop. Adam, you're the only one who's bringing this back on track. Please, can you go ahead? Bring it back on track for me.
So I am a little confused. So is this questioning a specific point where John may have mistaken? Because the reason I ask you, what do you think it means? Huey, we've gone through this a number of times. So unless we're looking at this transcript as some kind of scripture that you've got is inviolable, yeah, you can't. It's not questionable because QE said it a while back, and I've bothered to get the transcript. Is that what you're questioning here?
I'm not sure why we're making a comparison with scripture here, and
I was being
transfer.
flippant.
And I
So
think
keep
you've
yourself
made
on
this
track. I won't be
association.
flippant again. So let's take that flippancy out. Is what we're looking at here analyzing the words of John from a while back? Is that what we're actually doing? With the premise that at some point he said, describe and explain within that, and that's caused great confusion because the professor has maybe said that, and that's what's creating your disconnect here.
I can't even understand why I'm speaking to you. Please, that's what
Really?
that's the first thing I have to get over. Why am I
Maybe Nathan,
speaking
as
to
the
you?
host of the show, to put the question to you, and you'd be able to give us the clarity of what's going off right now. So I appreciate it's not the professor you're talking to. Yeah, I know, fanboy, that must be a big disappointment. But for the rest of us here, yeah, could you just clarify what the point of this is? Is what the
Exactly.
summary I just gave, is that what we're about to do?
Okay, I think I just got saved by somebody at my door. I'm sorry. Yeah,
This is
yes,
ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
I think he just knocked on your desk.
Yeah, I don't get it. There's no clarity in anything. Comes on with the same
Sorry?
thing every day. Come on. Give us some
Well,
clarity. What's the context?
well, hold on. Like, is
Okay.
I heard what
Sorry
he
about
just
that.
said.
I'm sorry.
Just one sec, Humble. Go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say I heard what he just said. I'm having trouble reconciling what QE said wrong in that transcript.
Oh no, please. Okay. Maybe if you weren't listening to the show, this was on QE's show a few days ago that this took place, right?
That's not what John asked you. The fact that coverage I just asked you, was there something that QE said that was incorrect or wrong that you have an issue with? In the transcript that you read out, what was it that you have an issue with in that? Specifically, what is it?
Because they're the two words explain and described were used in association with this wave function.
Well, could you specify the point and reiterate it without the entire thing?
You mean don't read it again, just explain out of my head what I think is being said?
Well, just the point at which
Yeah.
it happened.
Yeah, that would be handy if you just gave us what you think, and then we'll clear it up. Yeah, 1 second, Erwin. Just say what you think, Humble, and then we'll clear up whether you're correct or incorrect. That's all we've been looking for you to do.
Okay. When I've been, I'm not, I'm been trying to clear up the use of the term wave function, okay? And what it actually is about, because I understand it to be something that came out of the mathematics, right?
Okay, let me try and explain.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, stop.
No,
Okay,
no,
stop.
please.
Well, you're like, I want it explained, but I have loads of times. Shine light through keyhole.
Yes.
Okay, that means
Okay.
don't interrupt. So shine light through keyhole. Keyhole is equivalent to a slit. When the light traverses through the keyhole, the expected behavior is that it goes through and there's a light on the other side of the keyhole. That's normal behavior of light. Now, what you're calling wave function is merely interference. Light shines through keyhole. Instead of coming through the other side and just shining behind the keyhole, it flies off to the left, it flies off to the right. Yeah, it goes all which way. That's interference. That's all we're talking about. So, shine light through keyhole, see interference on the other side of keyhole. That's your phenomena. That's all it is. You don't have to call it wave function.
I think he's. I know where he's mixed up. I think. Humble. Give me a moment. If I showed you an engine, right, of a car, right, and I mathematically was able to show you and describe through the maths what each part was that you were looking at when you open up your bonnet, and their sizes and all the rest of it, I can describe that mathematically to you. Does that explain to you how the engine works?
No.
Yeah, so that's the difference. If I explain to you how the engine works, what has any mathematical model I make about the engine after that got to do with the explanation of how the engine works?
Okay.
The mathematical model is just a model you build after the explanation. That's it.
Okay, but are you now saying, right? If I if I take your example and I use the same, okay, in the same situation, here's what I'm saying. This thing is used not just to describe, but I feel it's also used to explain.
No.
How so?
Nah, man.
Hold on. He's saying he feels it's used to explain. What do you feel it's being used to explain?
It's used to explain a phenomena.
No, it is the phenomena.
Okay, let's go with that then. Okay, it is the phenomena. So the math has explained a phenomena.
No,
No,
just
it's a
described
description of a phenomena.
Described it, not explained it.
Boy, this is very interesting. Okay.
The way it's been
Sorry.
described, hey, is in a very, very specific way, isn't it? Somebody's gone away with a preconception with all this data, how they're going to plot it, and they want to plot it as a wave function so that they can use that wave function later. It's not to say all the data even matches that wave function exactly, is it? Yeah. But what they've done is took the data so they can use it and then move forward with this description of the data, which they can use in other ways. Yeah. But the only place the wave exists is when it's described in this mathematical way, right? It's not the data itself, in of itself, the raw data doesn't describe a wave at all. Only when somebody goes away and makes a construct to describe it in such a way.
I'm sorry, the phenomenon by definition is self-explanatory. The car is red. Mathematics is saying the car is red because of the red pigment in the paint. That's the description. But the phenomenon itself is self-explanatory. The car is red. It doesn't need...
Hold on. That's not a phenomenon. You're using two descriptions. Red's a description.
Okay, let me have
Fair enough.
one last
Fair
attempt
enough.
to Humble. Hold on, just one last attempt, Humble. So, where we're at in terms of this phenomena and its description in maths as a wave function, it's not explaining anything causal. Now, likewise, if you take boiling water, we can spend all day, instead of just having a nice, easy, colloquially accepted description of what will occur that we all just immediately envisage in our mind's eye of water boiling. If I got Adam to break down what occurs at a chemical level with phase change, you have to excuse my kids in the background, I'm sorry. But if I got him to break it down,
bless their heart,
what water boiling is, yeah, that would simply be him describing that phenomena. He's not explaining why it happened, just giving you lots of complex mathematical sounding descriptions for what water boiling is when you describe it to another person. But it's not explaining anything. Do you understand?
Okay, so then is the wave function a physical entity?
No. Wave function is the mathematical description of the physical entity that you experienced in the form of light diffraction or interference.
So wave function is a real physical entity.
Wave function specifically is the mathematical description of the physical entity being explored as a phenomena in this instance, but it's still, when you say wave function specifically, I can't say, yes, wave function's a physical phenomena, because it isn't. It's the description in maths of this phenomena.
Okay, well, I would refer anyone listening, okay, to Scientific America's reprint of a Nature article with the heading Quantum Theory's Wave Function Found to be a Real Physical Entity. It's a very enlightening article.
Yeah, it's stupid too.
Why is it
you've read
enlightening
it?
when it's obviously wrong?
Yeah, it's stupid. From Professor Shankar, Chair Physics at Yale, regarding the wave function. The wave here is not a physical wave. It does not carry any energy, and it is not even a property of a beam of photons. It's a property of one photon. The wave is purely mathematical. It's a construct we use to determine what will happen in this experiment. End of the citation.
This is the so here is now I think I was sort of being pushed in this direction and seemed to be sort of wimping out sort of on things. So I'm going to say this. Does Schrodinger's quantum mechanics, right, turn into pseudoscience when the math has entered it?
No, it has nothing to do with science whatsoever.
If I
quantum mechanics,
if I boil water, just give me a minute, because I've boiled the water, okay, and I've done the science. Yeah, heat will cause it to boil. Right, that's the science. Now I'm going to describe that mathematically, all of it. Does that invalidate science? Is it the science? Or have I just described it mathematically? It's outside of the experiment. It's a description. It's not within the experiment, is it?
Oh yeah, but I'm saying now with this intrusion into mathematics after the experiment, because there's a word that I have to acknowledge that I missed, that QE kept pressing and I didn't get the point of it. He kept saying experimentally, right? So I'm saying I follow the whole experiment to a point. At the end of it, this thing comes in.
In
this
the
comes
experiment,
in.
H,
This
is there a
no,
wave
not in the
function in the
experiment,
experiment?
please.
No,
I'm
in
not
the
talking about
experiment,
in.
is there a wave function in the experiment? A real physical wave, does one exist? Even a wave function, does one exist in the experiment?
This is where the math
Yes or no?
comes in.
Yes or no?
No,
This is dead easy.
no,
Yes or
but
no?
no.
No, dude. A little bit.
I
Come
would
on. I'm
say
trying to help
no.
you.
I would
So
say no. I would.
no, it
So my
doesn't, does
answer
it?
is
So
no.
right, lovely,
No.
brilliant. So stop, breathe. Right? No, it doesn't. So where does the wave come from? What are we going to build this wave from, and how are we going to build it? What have we got?
With mathematics.
And why, or what do we end up with if we build it with mathematics, this wave? Do we end up with any explanation or just a description of what we already had in the first place, which is a pattern on a plate? We've just now, instead of describing it optically that we could see, we've described it mathematically in terms of the hits. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the
So
first
run
thing we
that
do.
question
No, let's
slowly.
finish. That's now. That isn't a wave, is it? Even there, if all I've done is plot the points, is that a wave?
No.
No. So what I'm going to have to do is Schrodinger's bit, isn't it? Is go into that, and what he came up with as a way of describing those data plots is a way to describe it as a wave. Now, when he takes all that numbers and puts it into what he's done, he's then got a wave function based on that data plot. Yeah, that's all he's got. He's rejiggled the data from the picture and described it in another way now, which isn't necessarily as accurate as before, but it's a lot more pliable for future use. Has he got a wave now, or has he just still got a wave function that is built mathematically?
Okay. Can I continue into the quote I was reading you?
The question.
No, I think that's. I'm having QE answer it.
No,
I'm having.
Oh my God.
No, I'm.
Dude,
I'm
you
going
realize
to
how
read
rude you are,
you.
dude.
No,
You realize how rude that was. Somebody's taking
I'm
time
sorry.
to help
I'm
you,
sorry.
and you just piss in their face.
So
no, address the point of how rude you are.
okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Sorry. What were you
So
asking me
as
again?
part of your apology, I'd like you to address the point, please.
It's okay. Can you repeat it if you don't mind? Because I thought I was hearing
Because you
something
weren't
that I had
listening.
to direct.
Is that
This
because
is
you
kind
weren't
of an
listening?
obfuscation technique. So, for my audience's benefit, Adam's pointing out that at no point during the experimental process do we ever encounter any waves, be in wave function or otherwise. Now, after the fact, you can derive it mathematically to better describe it in maths rather than in physics. That's after you've done the experiment. Now, he's made the point, and I could hear the smirk in your voice when he was like, "That's incredibly rude," as you ignore his point completely, humble.
I think he and I would agree on that. And I think
Agree on
I've
what,
said it
humble?
in
Agree on what?
that
Please clarify what we would agree on.
that this wave, the things that are come out of the math were not a part of the experiment.
And what comes out of the math? A wave or a wave function?
That's right.
What's right? A wave or a wave function?
Which one?
That's what this is what I'm trying to sort out, because the
Okay.
wave
Can numbers
function.
Okay, stop.
make
Stop.
waves?
This is frustrating. So, for an audience, they just need to hear an answer, which is to say, he's asked which comes out at the end of that mathematical description after the experiment's been performed. Is it a wave, or is it just the language of wave function in maths? Which is it?
A wave function.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, are we really having trouble? There's 5 slits on a plate, and somebody's describing it as a wave over time. Like, what is the hard part about this?
I got some key words. From the University of Tennessee, in one dimension, wave functions are often denoted by the symbol psi. They are functions of the coordinate x and the time t. But psi, that wave function, is not real, but a complex function. The Schrodinger equation does not have real, but they have complex functions. The wave function of a particle at a particular time contains all the information that anybody at that time can have about the particle, but the wave function itself has no physical interpretation. End of citation. University of Tennessee. Physics labs.
Okay, but does it have causal effect?
If it's not physical,
sorry,
I
that's
don't
frustrating.
think so.
Stop.
Can I ask?
Can
Humble a
it
question?
have
An
causal
important question.
effect? No, it is an effect. It's the phenomena.
No, the wave cannot have any effect. It doesn't exist until you've jotted the numbers down and plotted them. The experiment is over.
Humble.
Right.
Can I ask you a question?
So can it collapse?
Hang on, Humble. Let me
Can it collapse?
Collapse?
No.
Hang on.
Sorry?
Hang on, Humble.
Can what
No,
collapse?
can it
Humble?
collapse?
Can
The
what
wave function.
collapse? The wave function?
Can
No,
the
it
wave
can't.
function collapse?
Not
It cannot
really, can it?
collapse.
No,
Okay.
it wasn't
So
No,
if
it
someone
can be
says
calculated
it
that
has
there is no wave function if I know the path.
How can something that has no physicality collapse?
It's part of the description, Humble. That's all
Thank
it
you,
is.
Chocolate.
It's either a pattern or not a pattern. Like I said
Okay.
yesterday.
Can I ask Humble
what
a
I'm
question?
trying to let me tell you
Humble.
something now. Okay.
No, Humble. Let
That
me
the
ask you this.
latest.
No.
Sorry.
Humble.
Yes.
Hold on a second, Brian. Humble. Okay. So I've been paying close attention. You opened up by asking us to explain this to you. It's the second day in a row we have. Now we've taken great efforts to break it down in as much of a breakdown as it can have applied to it. But now we're at the conclusion. And again, like with Adam, you're not saying, oh, right, that's really enlightening. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking me through this. Yeah, there is no wave function. It's just the mathematical description of the pattern that appears on the wall. I appreciate now that describing patterns on wall with maths as wave function and then saying that wave function is collapsing isn't correct because it's only the mathematical description of the probability as opposed to the pattern not appearing anymore. The pattern being the thing you're studying, the phenomena, as opposed to the mathematical description of the phenomena. Yeah? Now, none of that's been acknowledged, but now you want us to know about something that you think or feel. Very irritating. Maybe acknowledge the, a solid hour that we've taken to answer your question, rather than moving on to the next thing that you want us to know about how you feel.
And can I add something? Humble, please watch 1825. Go back and watch 18. Go back, whoever that was that Nathan was addressing. Go back and watch debate 1825. I'm not the
18?
most. Yes, 1825. I'm not the most wise, knowledgeable person. I'm one of the kindergarten people in this thing, but I was able to coherently comprehend what Nathan QE, who interjected once in a while, and what Brian and John was breaking down with that woman, the hideous looking woman with the orange hair, was trying to do in her little what they call diffraction, interference, yada yada yada. Just go back and watch that twice if you have to.
D-Rose. I mean, I'm
Humble.
just gonna really quick one, Brian. Just saying.
Can we let Brian? Brian's been trying to get in for a while. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm done. That's it.
Thank you, dear.
Yeah. Thank you, Nathan. There's a question, Humble, I have for you, and I want an honest answer out of you. If you don't answer me honestly, I will know whether you didn't, and I won't tell you. Then I know.
Okay, Cluso, off you go.
Yeah. I've had my suspicions since you first started speaking. Not today, but since you first came in asking questions. And your focus is always towards the same direction. And my suspicion from the very start, yet I kept it to myself, was that you have a possible, clear me up if I'm correct or not, you have a possible prior belief or possible belief that a thing called ether exists.
Oh no, I don't. understand I've looked at the ether, but I've heard discussions about it on this platform. I still don't know what it is. What I understand from here again, and what I'm trying to do is to just coordinate what I'm reading, right, and what I hear from you folks with what I'm seeing in print. Like I'm just trying to. If you just allow me to read the rest of this, what Huey said.
Focusing on the term wave all the time. It's constantly the word wave. If we were to show this as a graph, wave would be in the center. The word wave would be in the center.
No, I'm more concentrated on the mathematics that produced this thing. If you just let me just read to you.
You have not realized or listened to anything that's been said to you to make that statement. Yeah? You're not here to learn, are you? Because
what did the mathematics produce? I'm sorry, Adam.
No, don't talk.
What did the mathematics produce?
And you can
Humble.
Listen. Please just let me read it to you. This is again not my words. And then after that, you can call me whatever names you want or correct me. But I just would like to read it.
Don't you dare do that.
No.
Don't be even further rude. That is now, yeah, you are an exceptionally rude guest. I've pointed out on previous occasions. Now you've turned around and you've put false words. We're insulting you. We've been exceptionally patient, sir.
Please.
Exceptionally patient to a point that you probably do not deserve, quite frankly.
Okay.
So do not dare do that. Any apology coming?
I apologize. Yes, I apologize.
For what?
Sorry? For
For
whatever
what?
I did to offend you.
For what? So you don't even know. You're a disgrace, sir.
You're not showing good character, Humble.
You're implying that we're going to call you names afterwards when we've done nothing but taken a solid hour out of our time to get you to recognise that the mathematics that describes something that I've described to you no less than 4 times, with light going through a keyhole and splitting off in different directions. Now that's the phenomena observed. Do you understand that light going through a slit and having interference literally has no requirement whatsoever to be described as a wave function in order for it to be a phenomenon you can study with science? Do you understand that?
At this point, I think it is getting a bit useless because I get.
And then sod off and shut up while I talk to my audience, you useless idiot. Yeah, I will call you names. If you're finding it useless while I break it down to the most dumbed down point, then why are you even here? Adam's right. You're not here to learn then. I've just broken down the fact that this has sod all to do with maths with a dumbed down example of single slit diffraction by giving you a dumbed down example of light going through a keyhole and observing an effect of it having interference. There's no light. There's no wave function in that. None. But you think it's your time to bugger off when I break that down for you?
But please, if you say something to me like it has sod all to do with mathematics, right? If you say that to me, my understanding is that math doesn't come into the process at all. Right?
Science, no.
Humble.
This is the problem.
Math is science.
No.
This is where the issue is, basically, Humble. H, this is your problem. It's your understanding. Yeah? We did it on QE's show. We did it yesterday. Where's the flaw? It's your understanding, sir. And frankly, we've spent a very, very long time patiently explaining this to you. You've ignored the points. You've certainly not been able to take them on board and further your knowledge. So I have to ask the question, what is the point in us continuing any further? Just like the other day, you need to go away, re-listen to this show a number of times. And then when you can come back like the other day with a description, with an understanding of the words describe and explain, which frankly shows the level that you're at and how patient we are being, then I think maybe you could return then. But you are kind of wasting our time now, not because it's getting heated, but because you've demonstrated your complete lack of comprehension of what the last hour has described.
And to add on, Humble, as frank and earnest as everybody's seemingly to you, I know you're not this, but you remind me of those inconspicuous heliocentric proponents that come in the guise of wanting to learn something, say implicit things that demonstrate and expose you to be a pro-ether person, which is, I'm glad Brian or John, somebody
Well,
asked
don't
you or
know.
Adam. No, I'm
We
serious,
don't need to
because
go
he
there.
says he
There's
doesn't
no
believe.
need.
He says he
There's
doesn't
no
believe it.
need for that level, right? Let's just deal with what's going on. We don't need to straw man him as to his motivation. Yeah, just deal with the appalling lack of manners,
Okay.
the disrespect for the people he's talking to, the inability to even recognise that a point's been explained to him, and his absolute fascination and hero worship of John. They're things that are valid and demonstrable from today. And that's all that Neil's dealing with. His beliefs in ether, he's more than welcome to them if he's got them. They've got sod all to do with what's being discussed here.
So are you saying that John promotes the ether?
No, I did not say that. I said my impression of
No.
what I am from what I am
He's very
hearing.
good, isn't he?
From what I am hearing.
Yeah.
From what I am hearing.
Hang
This
on.
is my
One
impression
second.
that I'm getting.
Heroes, you're getting played. Just it's time to stop.
1 second.
Unfortunately, your behaviour is, I think, clear to everyone in the room now.
Yeah,
yeah,
it is.
Yeah, Humble, you definitely have an agenda, because there's only someone with an agenda who doesn't learn. Only someone with an agenda answers the way you answer, which is often to ask another question or to completely hand wave away what was said to you. That means you have an agenda, a focus point. That's the only thing that's important to you. That's why I have focused on the ether, and I asked you about that, because that was what was in the back of my head for a long while. So it doesn't matter what it is, it doesn't have to be ether, but you have a focus point, and that's what that's your agenda. So you're wasting our time, and you're being extremely dishonest being in here asking us questions, because anyone asking questions who then the next day doesn't know any of the answers they were given the day before is not there to get the answers.
You know, I gave it away for me there, Humble. You're being disingenuous. Yeah, when you said you had someone at your door, and then when it was, you said, I didn't hear what you said. Can you say it again? Yeah, you can hear Jupiter's delight. I could hear you smiling when you did that. You fucking prick.
No, I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up while I berate you, you stupid twat. Yeah, I heard Jupiter's delight in your voice, you smug prick. Yeah, I could hear you smiling at the fact that, you didn't hear him go through the very thing you've been asked to answer? Yeah, he went through it, and then what? Suddenly you couldn't hear him? Yeah, I heard you smirk. I heard Jupiter's delight in your voice.
Nathan.
Shut up! You won't be returning here, Humble. You're a disingenuous prick. And when you came back and smirked, yeah, I knew instantly that you were enjoying it. It was Jupiter's delight, Humble. Now fuck off and never return, you disingenuous piece of shit. Humble will be banned for being a disingenuous prick. Yeah, if you want to smirk at us when we've taken hours of our time to explain something days and days and days in a row, because you've got someone at your door at the critical moment where you have to acknowledge something, and then when we're like, what's your response? Oh, I didn't hear you. Do you want to? Yeah, I could hear it in your voice. Now, piss off. Get lost. You don't need these time-wasting tossers like Humble, pretending to be oh so righteous and oh so humble. All right. Where's your humility when it comes to actually acknowledging a single sodding word that we've said to you? Oh, well, that's completely absent, isn't it? That's not being humble. So he's a prick.
That's the reason why his name is Humble H. I'd pin that out right away.
Well,
like I
all I
said
would
to me,
say.
Sorry, Brian.
No, you go one next one.
No, it's nothing major. It's like I've never looked into the split experiment. I've had private conversations with H, but listening to you guys and being so patient the last couple of days, I can totally understand what you're saying about the mathematical description. It's like, yeah, there's something going on. There's a phenomenon going on, and there's a description mathematically. And yeah, I can totally understand it, and he should be able to understand that too. But he doesn't.
You know what he
He's not
did when it
enlightened.
was explained to him one deck? He smirked. I could hear it in his voice. What he doesn't appreciate, most dupers don't appreciate, while they're getting one over on their victims, is that I can hear it. I've got about 50K's worth of fantastic audio equipment. I can hear a pin drop in here. I can hear the smirk in his voice. Yeah? And that's what gave him away. Duper's delight. He was enjoying it, the confusion he was causing.
And nobody was
Well,
at the door.
thank you, Nathan, for breaking it down, because I understand where Adam was coming from, and with the straw man, whatever, giving him the benefit of the doubt, I was basically letting him know, just like Nathan read him through the technology and through his own intuit, I was reading him through his intuit how he was coming off, and the way he came off was disingenuous. Like he knows, I know, I'm not a brilliant genius at this thing, but I know that math and science are not the same. I know that math is description, and science is the result of the hypothesis to give you the explanation for the cause and effect. He doesn't get that basic fundamental thing out of it and keeps reiterating the same inquiry. And I tell you, as little as I've been here on my 13-month membership, as I showed on the live chat, I've heard him do it every time after the after show. Excuse
Right.
me,
With that in
and it's
mind,
the
I
same
just
thing.
want to ask one deck a question.
Go ahead.
So the past few days, has it
Yes.
helped your understanding of the subject?
No.
One
He's
deck.
helped me understand.
No,
He's
no, Dero.
Hold on,
determined.
Deros. I think he's asking one deck.
Yeah.
I was just
Okay. Oh, you have to use asking me.
I
I'm sorry.
hear I do. No, he's not. I mean, I've never looked
not
into
him,
the.
but the copious times we've gone through this to really explain where.
I've really enjoyed you guys spending time with H, breaking it down, because it's helped me tremendously to understand it, and I've caught onto it immediately. And it seems to me like H is having real difficulty, or he's just not letting something go. He's got another agenda.
Now, people who are having real difficulty don't get Duper's delight when there's confusion they've caused. They apologise profusely for the interruption. They don't get Duper's delight over it.
Here's my answer. You know how Aaron plays bowling? If he was assigned to do that, that's the only thing that I would learn, because of the way you guys responded to him between QE, Adam, Nathan, and everybody, explaining it to him over and over again. I've learned from you guys playing him like the way Aaron plays the bowling, asking those heliocentric advocacy questions and all of that, acting like he doesn't get it and keep pushing the envelope to the point where you elaborate so much that the person listening catches it. But on the other hand, Humble's not being ingenuous about it. He's not playing a bowl win. He's literally trying to cause confusion, which is why I said what I said without pulling any punches, even though but I didn't know I was straw manning him like Adam said. But I was basically saying, and then Nathan caught him with the smirking. He was never honestly wanting to know anything or learn anything, just like Josh the Jester and Dumb Dave, who run for Nathan all through that Chronicle Earth thing. They didn't want to learn the truth. They didn't want to learn anything. He didn't want to.
He wanted to. He's got an issue with QE or QE's words for some reason, and that
he stalked QE. He said, "I've been listening to you for so many years." He brought up freaking episodes that QE had to freaking pull out the doggone cobweb shelf that he couldn't remember. And I'm like in the background saying, like, "Damn, you've been listening to QE that long, and you still don't know about wave collapse? What is your real motive?" In my head, I'm saying that.
Yeah, that's the point I kick him out. I don't care. I don't want the show. And a good 20-30% of the show is about his motivations in his lack of comprehension of things we've broken down repeatedly. You know, like, I don't want it to edge up to 40% comprehension of some tosser that we don't know who's appeared out of nowhere and dragged out things that we've explained multiple times, with him going, yeah, but I don't understand how we can have this mathematical wave function collapse if it's just maths. It's not. It's a phenomena we study. It's like light going through a keyhole. Completely ignore it. Somebody at the door. Bit of Duper's delight. Well, for me, it's just the maths, though. Get lost. Never come back. Don't darken our door again. If the audience took something useful from it, good. But I am sick of the headache he gives me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who he is, because we don't know who he is or what he really wants, because he never said. All that matters is that he is full of it, and we don't need to have our time wasted. Because there's other people out there who will want to know stuff, and he'll ruin it for other people, because what people like him do is they create a situation where they cause defensiveness in people on our side to actually help somebody to understand something. Because when you hear, can I ask a question about something, straight away you're thinking this person is having me on. That's the first thing you start thinking.
Right.
You start becoming defensive.
It's
Go on,
the
Adam.
I'm just here to learn act, like we've not seen that before.
Yeah, but with that in mind, look, I would hope what we did demonstrate there is this is very different. This is somebody that was purporting to wanting to learn. I think we were all exceptionally patient, even though we gave him a lot more time before we called it for what it was.
Neil wasn't.
Yeah, I know. But for me, today's enlightenment wasn't a revelation, was it? That this is how he was and how he's been being, yeah? But it was a nice culmination, yeah? Because he demonstrated to the audience beautifully how disingenuous he was today. And there's a great point to draw a line under him, yeah? However our feelings have been previously because of previous interactions, which were not very different today. But hopefully it does show that if you are at least purporting to be genuine and you've got genuine questions, you're welcome it, and you won't be shouted at or questioned or called a retard, because we never insulted him. You're welcome to come here and ask for answers. We just, in return, all we ask is that you could at least recognize our response. Reasonable.
I'm sorry, Adam. There was someone at the door. Could you just go through it all again?
That's another thing. That's
another
thing.
5
That's
times,
another
please.
thing that's another thing that killed me. The way he came off insulting our integrity, like the way that you're so rude, Nathan. You did like when Nathan got to the point where he's 240 over 110 blood pressure. And he's been explaining, reiterating the same thing over and over again through the thick skulls of the Globers. It was like that. And then they come off and say, well, Nathan, if you quit talking over me and quit being so rude, call me any name you want to. So when he came off like that, that really took me over the top. Like, how dare you? That's why I'm glad somebody said that. How dare you say nobody's called you any names?
It's only going to last so long. That it's only going to last so long, and that's what it lasted as long as it did. And you guys were absolutely brilliant. And like I say, I've never looked into the double slit. Now I've learnt a load in the first day, and I've heard Humble on QE's show. I've heard him, and he just goes on and on and on. He's just not letting things drop. He's going over the same thing. I've picked it up immediately, what you're saying, and good on you guys. You were so patient and so warming and so welcoming to him, but there comes a point where you've just got to say, no, this isn't correct.
Hey, one day.
I wasn't warm. I called this out in the Skype yesterday, very early.
Yesterday, me and Brian were on this when he first came on. Way to go, Brian. We're undefeated.
You sure were.
Yes,
You sure were. Y'all sure were. Yep.
But the details.
Neil was telling him about 3 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, Neil's fuse is very short. I like to not tell somebody if I know that they're possibly lying.
Tell him, Neil,
saying on.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? That however
Tell him, Neil, that's
good our
that New York
Spidey centers are, our ESP at reading people, we don't
That's that New
treat
York
them any
intuitiveness.
different until they
He's from New York,
demonstrate.
Just one at a time.
I'm sorry. I was saying that's that New York intuitiveness. That's how Neil's like, you call it paranoia, you call it looking the glass half empty. No, that's an intuitive to know a BS. Remember I said it the other day? I said, I may not know much about the terminology and the jargon, but I can sense a BSer. And I'm going to tell you that last day after the after show, when Righteous and me were talking, it was like 4 of us. He was really getting on my nerves, but I was being patient. It was in regard to, his beliefs and faith and, dogmatic. I had to break down. I broke it down to him in so many ways. Now, that's something I can't really get into a deep conversation with other than this flat earth terminology. And he still, well, would you say that, well, blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to be vague. And I don't brush no broad strokes on me. Come straight to the point, and I'm going to answer you to the point. He was getting on my nerves with it.
Hey, Nathan, I bet you're an expert now on the double split, mate. Well done.
Me, I never was, never probably will be. But at the point that you've broken it down, I really want to stress this, right? Go back and have a listen. Put some really good headphones on and listen to that little intonation in his voice, that little hint that he's smiling after that little bit of confusion that he caused. Yeah? Now, I'm just, by virtue of my history, particularly attuned to the behavior of narcissists. So what do I now know we are? Well, just narcissistic supply for some asshole narcissist. That's all we were. Yeah? That's all we were. Right? Move on. At the point that you recognise what you're dealing with, all right. So you're getting off on this. Right? Sod you, get lost. No more. Yeah? You think you're going to get your little rise, your little dupe, little pleasure out of this? Yeah? That smile, there, that's what caught you out, mate. None of the being disingenuous, all of that, I can attribute to stupidity. The moment I heard you smiling when that happened, that was it. You were gone.
The number one sound in that Nathan speaks about is the scoff. 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 Narcissists, they scoff. It's a like, I'll be damned, like, yeah, whatever. It's a scoff. That's what he's talking about. He heard, and you can see that when you're looking at somebody, but you can also hear it in their voice.
Yeah, you're dancing. He's saying you're dancing to my tune, aren't you? Yeah, can you just tell me again? Yeah, I've got a little string attached to you. I'm just dragging you along. Just do it again for me. Yeah, because I'm in control. Piss off! Never darken this door ever again.
He's coming in a different way, and he's not coming like an anti-flat earther necessarily, or someone rumpusing. He's done it in a different sort of way. He's took your attention to him, and he's done it in a totally different, with a new method type of thing.
Nah, based on the old techniques, subtle rumpusing, subtle rumpusing, but done with. Oh, I'm just going to politely talk through the top of you because I've got a really important and polite, humble question that I need to ask while you're responding. What's that? Please, can I stop talking through you? Yes, okay. But I just did want to answer this question that I'm going to now divide from the thing you've just told me. Yes, not subtle at all.
Yeah,
but his technique is different.
What everyone should remember, one second, what everyone should remember about this is this charade that was witnessed, this is witnessed every day all the time, but it's similar people. But the problem with these people is they have an agenda, and they have something that, like Humble, especially in this arena, there's something that he needs to be true that just isn't. Mm-hmm. So Humble, if you're listening to this, what you need to be true is not, and it's not ever going to be. And all the times that you thought all the times that you thought it was clever to waste people's time and all the rest, all the tactics you used won't make it true. So nobody cares.
We'd had them all before, Brian, hadn't we? With some other people with agendas. We'd witnessed, and this was the point, it wasn't about, we all had these spidey senses because we've witnessed these tactics used by the ballers over the years. Welcome to the debates, yeah? You know what you're doing. It's just what happened today was you demonstrated you were disingenuous, yeah? And more importantly, getting some kind of perverse kick. You were wasting our time. But like I say, it was important for me. We've all talked about this in the past because you get a feel for people, yeah? Because you are actually giving up your time to talk to these people in a genuine way, whether they're genuine or not. Yeah, but you do discuss it afterwards amongst ourselves. So we all had our spidey senses going, but it was important, like I say, for me today, well, you kick him out for him to demonstrate clearly what a disingenuous person he was, and not here for whatever cause. As you say, Brian, there's clearly an agenda. I have no idea whether he's a baller,
I do. No.
or just somebody that's a QE fantasist. Because that was another thing.
The agenda, as much as sometimes it's, sometimes it's many a true word spoken in jest when you say things like type 1 for shill, type 2 for actually genuinely looking for answers, right? No, that's not the case here. No, just your boring narcissist looking for some supply. That's all it was.
I think it was more like single white female. He's got a picture of QE on his wall with a bow.
Yeah, just looking to make him looking to make QE his primary source of narcissistic supply. That's all that was.
Well, that was the other weird thing of the engagement with him, wasn't it? This I don't know what what QE holds. None of that information. I respect his opinion, and his depth of knowledge, but you get to the point where you have to form your own opinion. But it was like he was. I don't know. That was the other weird thing. Constantly probing for John to speak, which is why I went, you're not having you, Professor. Yeah? Because that smelled.
You white knighting for him. Again, another little
exactly.
subtle
He said
dig.
that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, what it was is he was trying to give the impression, this is what I was getting off of him, that he respected QE, but really what he was trying to do was to get some kind of a contradiction that QE may have made or right sometime back in when he was on Texas channel 5, 6, 7 years ago. That's what that's how it's like. His issue was QE. QE was his problem. QE was, if you could take out QE, then you could take out a lot of stuff. It's like when they're attacking scientific method. Right? That's how I view it. It's like he's trying to be.
I literally described that in the Skype yesterday.
Right.
Well, that's where my
hold on, just one deck then, Adam. Go ahead, one deck.
I was just saying you're correct, because if he's doing that's not him wanting to learn. That's him pointing out possible errors in somebody's speech or a definition of something. He's targeting something. He's not wanting to learn. Plus, just one short thing as well. We're all on this show, and you know for a fact he comes on and he spends a lot of time. You've got to be mindful that you guys have got a lot going on, and there's other people, and you're running a show. You can't. You must know that you're taking up a lot of your time and space and air, and you should be mindful of that and be more humble.
Yeah, and that whole humble H, and he talks in this passive aggressive, monotone, soft voice. He brings no dynamics, so when he rumpus you, it doesn't really feel as much as a rumpus person that's speaking up louder, like the other guy was doing on Nathan. He talks
Now
softly,
you're
but
gonna
he
make
still
fun of me?
talks over
Fake
you.
humility.
Now you're gonna make fun of me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Please, please, please. Nathan, no, please. Please, your ass. Get the hell out of here. Should have been done a month ago. When he first came on.
I'm sorry, I have a question. Like, I'm new here. I don't know anyone how any of this works. But how many people are talking from Nathan's microphone?
From what? One more
How
time.
many people are? How many people are talking from your mic? I see. I hear 3 different voices.
About 6.
It's just it's a condition. I'm going to the doctor. They call it multiple personalities. I can't do anything about it.
Do your chocolate voice, Nathan.
I don't know nothing. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I know what he's.
Let me just explain. Okay, so there's 2 different panels. There's the Discord server and there's another panel, and the link between them is me. So when
Oh, all right. Thank you.
No worries.
This is I have no clue. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
he was just seeing your thing jumping. That's why.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
I
just
thought
seeing
we had another one.
every time someone speaks, even if it's me being interrupted by Neil, it's me.
Yeah, sure.
Discord.
It's just that I'm seeing you through Discord, so that every time one of these different personalities talks, it's only you who lights up. So yeah, that was the question.
Yes, that's what the doctor said also.
Yeah. Keep taking your meds, Nathan. Not missing the dose.
Yes.
Hey, Publis.
Nathan
sorry, guys.
is the G Plus collective.
The guy who's just spoken, when the show broke down earlier, I noticed there was a new guy in. That's the guy who just spoke. And I welcomed
Yeah, that's
him.
me.
Yeah.
Hello, new guy. What's your name?
Yeah, I will. Adam, just say I welcomed him in, and just to understand if he was a flat earther or a glober. He's definitely.
I'm not a glober. I don't know what I am.
But he's not
yet.
a flat earther. But he's very new today, so
I'm confused is what I am.
Introduce yourselves to the panel. Introduce yourselves to the panel and have a chat.
Is this getting problematic? We'll see. Don't know what you are.
No, I don't know. Problematic. Define problematic. I hope I'm not. I don't know. I just started
I just prefer
questioning
you
the
being,
globe a
a bit
few
more
days
specific
ago,
with your pronouns and stuff.
that's about it.
Be
no, I
specific.
don't have pronouns.
Okay.
I mean, I have one. My pronoun is he, him, which technically it makes two. But yeah,
as a feminist, I
no,
find that very
not,
problematic.
What's going on here?
not very feminist. I'm sorry.
Outrageous.
I do my
Ooh.
best.
Well, I've
But
got
yeah, just started questioning few days ago, thanks to the Chinese balloon and mostly. And
Okay.
here I am, and I thank you because you're the one of the whoever is in charge of this channel and this panel is giving me hope to have a decent source of information, because there's a lot of chaff around from what I've seen, and I have a lot of questions.
Sure. Yeah, I do want to know a couple of things before Chocolate jumps in.
You showed up.
I just want to know. You said you've shown up as a result of the Chinese balloon. I think this is where Chocolate's going anyway. Am I right, Chocolate?
That was the right question.
Right.
Yeah.
So can you talk us through that process cognitively, please?
All right. So, couple of days ago, I started to ask myself, why is there a satellite attached to a balloon?
Yes.
I could kiss you.
I'm sorry. As simple as that.
Epic. Oh, my friend. I have been asking so many people, what's the general vibe from the general public? They see this, and do they say,
I did, because I am the space fanatic, whatever. You know what I mean.
Wow.
You were like,
and
why is that on a balloon?
you want to know something funny? The space fanatics in general never question how rocket can actually work in a vacuum.
What vacuum?
This came after the space balloon.
Okay,
this gives me hope already.
Excellent. I'm glad you told us that.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
so happy
I know it's
the
so
other day.
silly, and then it's domino effect, you know.
Well, you know
It's
why
like,
you
oh,
question it? Because
why are there space satellite balloons? Why satellites are in the atmosphere? Shouldn't they be in the vacuum? How do they go in the vacuum? There's a rocket. Why does a rocket work into vacuum? No. Why is that? And then, you know, space is fake and gay. Why is fake and gay? And there's, I mean,
That's a new one.
Guys, we ask daily for. Hold on. We
it's
ask people.
not new, huh? It's not new. I've been hearing this thing. Space is fake and gay for like a couple of months. I never really understood what they meant by that. Now I do.
I love this guy.
It must be a millennial. This is on TikTok, right? Must be fake and gay.
Yeah, that is a kind of a TikTok kind of alternative.
The millennial thing. It's a millennial
platform.
thing. They call everything gay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I saw a TikTok thing said space. Yeah. that was what the title was.
I told you
Spaces,
people were starting to question this nonsense, right?
You all
questions. Why, if we have satellites, why do we need balloons? And if we need balloons, why, if we have
Exactly.
satellites, why are these balloons not being detected by the satellites? Yo, it's beautiful. That's awesome.
To be more specific, though, so this gentleman doesn't get into trouble, it's the vacuum of space is gay. Don't go around saying space is fake and gay.
Oh, how epic.
Pablo, can I just say one quick question? Because I spoke to this guy before. The guy told me he definitely doesn't believe in a globe. But, so if you don't believe in a globe, you can't believe in the space and satellite. You've said this happened 3 days ago. How long have you not believed in a globe?
Good question.
I'm quick because I don't have trust in the system anymore. And this has been going on in my personal life.
Give us it in days. Is it 3 days? Is it also 3 days?
Yes.
Oh, how epic.
How long how long?
I swear, I swear. You can talk to my wife right now. She can tell you. This started like 3 days ago.
No, we know you're a newbie. You're asking how
Maybe
rockets
I'm
will work in
just
space. So,
crazy. You know, that there's also
Fresh
that
awakening.
possibility that I'm just bananas. So that's how it
Do
goes
you have
for me.
intense dreams too now?
I'm sorry?
That's Arwin. Just ignore him.
Oh,
What? No.
Dude,
No,
I will ask him a
It's a
reasonable
fresh
question.
awakening. Are you
Hey,
having
friend. Hey,
intense
buddy.
dreams?
Where are you from? buddy?
Intense
What
dreams,
country?
no.
What nation are you from? What nation are you
Okay.
from? What country?
I'm originally from Italy, but
Okay.
I live in Finland.
Okay. Okay.
Wait a second. An
Talking
Italian on
about
the
that.
panel?
Yeah.
Nice. Eyes on.
Great. That's a great addition. Thanks. It brings clarity. It brings clarity to the actual clusterfuck they're going on here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, what I would have to
Pablo,
say
Pablo,
Nice.
what,
is
Pablo, what
the
do you know about
man-
the what do you know about the two slit experiment, mate?
What, me?
What's the man's name?
It's
Publius. No, what?
Publius.
I am Publius. What do I know about this double slit experiment? I'm sorry. It was such a long-winded discussion that, frankly, I don't know what the point of it was. I was in the car,
Oh, we
and
need to
at
explain
some
it again.
point,
Can you all stop
We all
rumpusing
feel
him?
I was in the car, and this guy was talking about something I don't even remember, and then last time I unmuted the Discord. You were talking about the wave function. I have zero idea how you got there.
Neither does he.
So yeah,
I do have.
if I have a critique, you really should not indulge this kind of people too much. Now, I don't know if he was in good faith or not. I did not hear enough of the discussion to judge, frankly. But really, I think I heard the beginning of the stream after it failed, after you restarted it, and I felt like you got derailed completely by this guy.
Yeah.
And
Can we get back to you? Can we get back to you in just 1 second, sir? I just got back. I have one. I just have a question, and then we can move on to because you're a new flat earther, right? Good. We're gonna get back to you in 1 second. Here's my question. Now that Humble H has fallen in sort of disrepute from Nathan's divining of audio smirks, my question is all of his statements that he made, one statement that he made that I was underappreciated, is that illegitimate now, and that falls in disrepute and it just goes by the wayside, or no?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. That's the
I was
that
thinking
means
the same
nothing.
thing.
No, we definitely appreciate you exactly enough.
I was just wondering. Thank you very much. Now we can indulge the space.
Oh no!
game.
There is. He did ask a question though, because he was like, when we were talking about the multiple personalities and stuff, he was like, well, obviously there's a leader of this gaggle of crazy people coming through this mic on Nathan Oakley's line, and he's been mentioned a few times, and it's only reasonable that we acknowledge Brian as our illustrious leader who comes up with everything.
Lord, praise Brian.
His new eminence.
Excuse me, Professor Brian.
Peace be upon him.
Brian Costantines, as who was it called me that one?
I love that.
Brian Costantines.
But yeah, we might get a bit more of how'd you say your name? Publius?
Yeah, sorry. I have a question on top of my head. I live in the north, and I have seen northern lights myself. Do you have a theory at this point to what they are?
No, sorry.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Well,
northern lights.
I
Can
think
we
that
start-
they are
can we-
actual local phenomenon. They are not part of
that's
the
great.
celestial.
I'm sorry to interrupt. He said theory. Do you mean a colloquial theory, like our speculation, or do you mean an actual scientific theory?
Oh, come on.
No, I don't
Jimmy.
believe they are connected to the globe anymore. So what the fuck are they?
My God, it's another humble. You've missed the nuance of the
What?
question. My God, kick him out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Lights. Guy?
He's saying, when you say theory, basically the word theory in this setting, in this context, right, is always going to be in regards to the nature of Earth. And when you say Northern Lights, just bear with me, just bear with me, just bear with me, just bear with me. You don't need to interject in the middle of the sentence. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. So when you say Northern Lights, that's a phenomena. That's something occurring, right? I can get right behind that as a phenomena. So we've got quite a few things in the mix that imply, when you say theory, you're talking about the results of an experiment based on a hypothesis after studying this phenomena, which would be the Northern Lights. So his question is, are you asking us for our colloquial ideas and speculation about what might those lights be, or colloquial descriptions of what the lights might be? Or are you actually asking
I
for
don't need a
nearly there,
because I have
nearly
seen
there,
them.
nearly there,
Let me finish.
nearly there? Or are you asking us for validation through science, i.e. a theory?
No. I already know. I already know the science behind it. So now I'm asking you something that is not conventional science because
he knows the
I know that
science.
the
All right,
phenomenon
you know the
is
science behind it.
real.
Go ahead.
The agenda
You know the
exposed.
science.
The
What's the
agenda,
science?
motive
Hold on.
exposed.
It's not his agenda. It's just a misapprehension from a guy who's been 3 days into this subject. Have a bit of leeway for the
No,
guy.
really, humor me.
Come on,
Leave him
Please
alone.
talk me
Jimmy.
like I'm 5 years old, okay?
Nathan.
I just asked one of your mods, how the fuck do people live into the southern part of the planet and they
There we
don't
go.
notice any
Can
fuckery?
I just
And he just told me, hey, have you
hang
heard
on a minute?
about time
Hold on.
zones? And
Nathan,
I felt
Nathan,
like an idiot. So
I just wanted to
please.
say, Scotty, mate, I just want to say one thing. This is my point earlier. You said 3 days ago, you said, I asked you
Yes.
earlier this afternoon, and you said you don't believe in a globe. That didn't happen 3 days ago. Yeah?
That did. It did.
Well, earlier you said it didn't.
No. I trust me. I started questioning 3 days ago.
Publius,
Fine, who
Publius, may
cares?
I ask?
I mean,
Sorry, go on, Dex. Just one
you're
sec.
welcome not to believe it, but
No, I
Well,
don't
may
care
I
either way.
ask you, Publius?
Okay, no worries.
Publius,
No worries.
may I ask
I
you
literally don't
what
care
is
either way. But there's various aspects of heliocentrism that you're going to retain and not appreciate when you get to this subject. For example, when you ask why on the bottom of the planet do they not experience this phenomena, you've automatically assumed that southern means southern hemisphere because you've still got it ingrained in you that southern means
no,
bottom
I
of
did
sphere.
not, because
there we go again.
that's the
I'm not
first
quite
thing
done. I'm
that.
not quite done. I don't know what your malfunction
Sorry.
is. I'll try again. Just try not to talk through the end of my sentence. I don't get it.
Sorry, that's because I'm Italian. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But just try and listen. Yeah?
Yes.
You've still got this attachment to an assumption that things like south mean bottom of sphere. So when someone approaches you and say, well, why in the bottom of the sphere does this occur? Like you don't have to automatically assume that when you travel south, that's the direction of compass points towards the horizon, that you're moving antipodal to the bottom of a sphere. But that's an assumption that over time you will relinquish. We hope. There you go.
No, man, you don't understand. Don't strawman me now.
Okay.
I call
Let me
it
ask- let me
south.
ask-
I don't
let me
know
ask-
what else to call it.
Publius,
I do
Publius,
not believe that it's not
Publius,
the bottom of
Publius.
a sphere, but you have to call it
Ooh, straw man.
something.
Publius, I'm going to ask you a question. For
Yes.
3 days, for 3 days out of the womb,
Yeah.
Straw man.
you seem to throw out a lot of jargon as if you're pretty much, divulged in this type of thing. You've been indulging in this type of thing for a while, and you said
Because I have been sleeping 5 hours per night.
and you said you know the science behind the Northern Lights. Yet you haven't
Yeah,
explained
thank
it. But
you.
you said,
I cannot explain it anymore. It doesn't make sense anymore.
"Oh, okay." So
There,
you assumed you knew.
I'm not sure. I am not
assumed
sure
you knew
there
the
is a molten iron core giving off
No, wait a second. Get back to the
magnetic
Northern
waves anymore.
Lights.
Wow.
So
Don't
3
jump
days.
from subject
subject to
3 days, we
subject.
throw
Shut up for a
food.
second. You're jumping from subject to subject. Let's go back to the original subject, the Northern Lights. You said that you knew the science for the Northern Lights. What is that, please?
Cha-ching.
Isn't it about the magnetic field generated by the rotating molten iron core at the center of the planet?
That was
I don't know.
a question, not an answer.
I don't know. What you
Isn't
said you knew the science. What is it?
Isn't that about the ionized atmosphere
another
at the top of the magnetic north?
Don't answer a question with a question. This is humble H
Yes,
squared
okay.
right here. Humble
That's
H squared.
take it
speaking
as
right
a
now.
statement,
Okay,
not as
don't
a
rumpus him.
question. That's my knowledge of it. Maybe I'm too ignorant.
Doesn't sound like science
But don't
to me.
do it. Yeah, you say it in the Inquisition way. Isn't that the? Just say what you say it
Dude,
is.
please, it's a genuine question. Don't be so defensive.
So you admit it's a question.
You shouldn't be answering. You shouldn't be asking a question. I asked you a question about your statement that you knew the science behind the Northern Lights. That's not a query.
Maybe I do. Maybe I do not. That's the knowledge of my extent.
Thank you
honestly.
very much.
It's all right, because if you already said that you don't believe in the globe, and this quote unquote science that you said to explain the Northern Lights comes from the globe, then you realize there is no science for that, right?
Yes.
So what you
That-
really
that's
meant
why
was
I'm asking
what you
for an
know-
alternative explanation. If there is
I get it.
such
I get
thing.
it. I get it. So what you really meant was pseudoscience, right?
Yes, that's exactly.
If you're new here, you have to understand we're maybe we're pains in the asses, but we pay very close attention to the words people say. So
I
if
do
you say
understand where
something
you're coming
wrong,
from.
you know what I mean? So if you say something wrong,
Yes,
it's not we're trying to get you. We're just trying to clear up what you mean, what you're saying. Right?
Fair enough.
That's
Fair
all
enough.
it is. Yeah. Gotcha.
Good one.
But did you say you were Italian?
Yes.
I'm really sorry. We're only allowing one
I
Italian.
know. I know.
Neil met the quota.
I am sorry too.
I'm only kidding.
It's all good, brother.
I am not
really Italian. Was he somehow responsible for Adam's arrest?
Adam's Italian.
Sorry, I'm just going to put him down as Spanish. Is that all right, lads?
That'll do.
Okay, cool.
What now?
Pablo, you said
Publius.
earlier that you didn't believe the Earth was a globe, but you also don't believe it's flat. So, what do you believe it is?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Can we tell you?
Well, yes, please.
Sure, it's flat.
Okay.
Now we know.
I mean, I have at the moment no diverging opinion. I have no opinion. Like my opinion is
Nature
a
of our
negative,
reality
which
isn't
is
based on his
only there is
opinion.
no curve.
Nathan
so...
asked you. We're not worried about opinions. We're talking about the nature of reality. Nathan asked you. You asked him, and he said it's flat. And then Nathan said, "Do you know how we know?" And
No, I
that
don't.
is a legal.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen some stuff. I frankly have to. I don't know enough to know if I agree with everything.
Would you like him to first
Whatever
state
everything
something?
means. I'm sorry.
Would you like Nathan to give you a follow-up answer to his question?
Yes,
Sorry,
please.
I'm sorry. That
Send me videos. Like that was the question. Like the question about Northern Lights. It doesn't have to be an answer, so don't feel attacked. Like I'm trying to check.
No.
Like I was
Focus now.
asking
You're gonna
even
have to
for
get-
a video about it.
Jesus.
Okay,
You're going to
because I
have to get
just
the
want to know
Adderall
more.
drip out. I would suggest central lining it. So Nathan said there's flat. Then he said, "Do you want to know how we know?" Your answer should say, you should have said, "Yeah." So then
Yeah,
Nathan
yes.
is going to tell you
Damn
right
right we
now.
do.
He's going to demonstrate. You just can't shut the fuck up, can you?
That's
Can't
because I'm
do it.
Italian.
Can't do it because you're Italian, right?
He's new
Exactly.
to Discord.
Spanish.
Ah, that was shit.
That's
that,
a reasonable.
mate.
That's reasonable
We're seeing
response.
the we're seeing the weaknesses now.
It is self-evident.
Now, can Nathan go into one of the reasons why we know for an absolute fact that the Earth is flat?
You may, sir.
Oh, thanks. That's really appreciated. Elevation angle measurements require Earth to be flat, and they're used to navigate the surface of Earth.
Yes.
That's it. It's a prerequisite. Earth must be flat. Not to mention the fact they build on it flat.
I do agree.
That's it. Earth's flat.
Welcome
mean,
to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back.
Welcome to Flat. Oh, you got in front of me.
He wasn't a baller. 3 days late, my friends. No credit going to be given to you, Brian.
It's not a ball. It's not a ball. I frankly have still to. I'm still out there trying to decide if, like, who the fuck knows? Could be a donut. It's flat locally. That's for sure. It's not a ball. It's not a ball.
Locally.
You know who knows? You know, right? Instinctively, because nothing in your senses that you've ever experienced tells you that you live on a magical spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum. Everything you've experienced is the Earth as a stationary plane. Right?
I don't know if he's been keeping up on current events or not, but didn't Nathan just demonstrably prove the Earth was flat? Notwithstanding your comments, Chocolate. Didn't we just go through this? Nathan, do you want to tell him again?
Well, I'll add to it because there's a further bit that adds on to that, which is to say that the globe that you did believe in up until 3 days ago was developed by way of acquisition of flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. So in order to develop the globe model, you had to start by measuring the angles off a flat baseline, that's a flat Earth, to that light we call Polaris, to give you latitude lines to then bastardize them into a globe model with something called the Haversine formula. So, in other words, the globe model also required Earth to be flat in order to develop it into a model in the first place.
Yeah, but is there absolute certainty that that is the case in every place? Like, what is like several with different several?
Well, I'll give you an example.
Let him answer he's halfway through his question. Go ahead.
Finish.
What if it's like several different flat plates? I don't know how else to describe it. Like
several different plates. Well, you can't have
like a
convex
plate.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Hold on. Well, you said plates. I know you didn't mean actual dinner plates. I got it. So, but the flatness part, you can't have any flatness on a sphere tard. Then it wouldn't be a sphere if you did. Follow?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm excluding a sphere completely.
Okay.
Yeah, if there was what you're asking for, the easiest way to find out what the world is, let's say its baseline geometrically, is air travel. If it was what you're asking, if there was like just different flat areas that may be at different angles to each other, then then air travel,
that's what I'm asking.
Air travel would have to take this kind of thing into account. They don't take any of those things into account. They fly horizontally at all times. That's what they do.
It's not his blockage.
Over massive distances. 10,000 times a day.
He said he was asking something. What was you asking, mate?
That's his blockage.
Yeah, well, whatever. Like, but the point is that
listen to what his problem is. How he's exploring it. He's still trying.
Well, I didn't get to finish what I was saying to him. So look, I don't know what he said because I was in the middle of saying something to him.
No. I think you understand correctly. I think.
I do understand. You're going. I don't know what it is. That's what you're asking yourself. You'll find out what it is when you research air travel.
He already knows what it is. Nathan just, I don't know. Aren't we keeping up on current events? Celestial navigation. What doesn't what? Celestial navigation. That means navigating over the entire Earth. You must be able to acquire elevation angles. Period.
Explain.
But the problem with that I would have if I was in a new person's shoes would be that I may not really know what that's all about. So I might be agreeing to it, but I wouldn't know. And if I looked into it, it might be a subject, because it is a subject that's very complicated, because it's made to be complicated, because they keep adding globitis into it. Then it would be difficult. Whereas air travel, it's very simple. If the Earth was anything but a horizontal plane, then they'd be taking it into account.
Okay, I'll remove celestial
not just
navigation.
that, man. Like
I'll remove
personally,
celestial
I
navigation
have
out of
not.
it. I will
I have
remove
not
celestial
traveled very
navigation out of it.
far. You
I
know,
will remove.
so
I'm going to get this in. I will remove celestial navigation from the discussion. How do you acquire an elevation angle of anything on Earth, please?
yeah,
No,
man,
no,
that's
not
the
you.
concept is clear. The concept is clear. It's just like it can be done locally.
Really?
Is just what I'm
Just
saying.
said you can't have no
This
curved
is three.
flat surfaces on a
Like,
sphere.
3 days in this. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Who told you it can be done locally? What's
Can
local?
it? I'm
Define the
not
size of
exactly
local.
sure. Like let's say 10,000 like 5,000 kilometers area. It would work the same, wouldn't it?
Well, 5,000 kilometers would be a massive area.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by like
days.
multiple flat sections.
But you said
Multiple
local.
flat sections.
That's your argument?
This guy's a blag. This guy's a blag.
Yeah, I don't know.
What? Don't, please don't. Please don't.
Sounds like you want to live on a disco ball.
Yeah, you can't. Huey already said it. You can't have no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Is it like so difficult to understand that I'm just skeptical at about anything at this moment?
No, I totally understand.
You're
giving me
accept
what
this
I asked
flat-
for. Hold on, just one sec. When people who aren't 3 days past the realization that there's no satellites in space, space is fake, and that the balloons that are up there are being shot down, and what we're going to argue about, not why they're not in space, but whether or not we've got permission to shoot them down. Yeah. Well, 3 days into it, you're going to have lots of cognitive bias still well and truly cemented into your brain, and you'll relieve yourself of it eventually. The fact that you're skeptical of everything, when people say, "What does it matter what the shape of Earth is?" Well, my answer is, if you realise that you've been lied to on a massive scale about the nature of Earth being a sphere, you'll start questioning everything. You just ultimately become hyper-skeptical about everything. Well, you're saying, yeah, I'm just hyper-skeptical about everything, even though you're telling me in no uncertain terms why it's flat. You know what? I'm still skeptical. Yeah, I don't blame you. So, yeah, you've got not much sympathy because we've just had, we're on the tail end of Humble.
I haven't been. I'm not even asking myself what the fuck planets are at this point. Like that's just.
Yeah, they don't exist.
I don't
Sorry.
want to think about it at this.
It's a lot to take in. I get it.
I'm just trying to get the basis.
No, I totally understand. I have absolutely a complete empathy for you. I understand. I've been there. I'm not just saying that to be, oh, you know, I was there once too. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, I have empathy for your position. And it's a culture shock, and it's a paradigm shift, and there's a whole bunch of other things that are fundamentally going to alter your life when you come to this. So when people are like, what difference does it make? So I ask this guy, with the amount of questions you're now asking. Now, typically, we're faced by fundamentalist religious zealots who do not want to realise the awful truth. You've already realised it. So you've got a lot of questions. I'm more than happy to answer them for you. Yeah, and I'll try and take my time with you while you fight through your cognitive bias that's still cemented there 3 days in. And I'll have empathy and sympathy for that fact. You know, don't get me wrong.
Okay, so back to my original question. Is there a decent explanation of what northern lights might be that are not based on the heliocentric model?
Nah, sorry.
No?
No, not that I know of. Sorry.
Oh, well, whatever.
Nah, fair enough.
That's an important concept that he's got a grasp.
Heliocentric.
Yeah?
I'm sorry. Heliocentric.
Hold on, QE. Did you not hear Adam? Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, I was on mute. Fuck.
That's your bad.
I'll be brief for you, John. But that on this journey, it's an important concept. What initially you're going to want to do is replace this heliocentric model with alternative knowledge, so you don't feel lost. Part of the journey is understanding the majesty. We don't know half of the crap that's been purported to us, yeah? And there's a wonderness in that, things to be discovered in the future. But don't allow that lack of not having an alternative explanation to replace what you know to be false as a reason to slow down your progression. Just realize there's lots we don't know, but focus on what we do know, and it will never show you a ball.
Well, the heliocentrics, like he said, they don't have an explanation either. They have a just so story. Just so
They
stories are an
claim they
explanation.
do.
They claim. Who are they?
The heliocentrists claim they've got a story. You're saying it's a just so story.
Yep. So you have the positive claim. I'm saying that it's just a just so story. So now you got to go get they's claim, and then I'll show you how it's a just so story. Fair?
The question
for this. Not what he wants. Read the guy's desires, right? What's he actually asking for, right? Regardless of if the explanation comes from heliocentrism or flat Earth or any other means, right? He just wants to know how the Northern Lights work because he's seen them and goes, how do they work?
On a sphere.
No, he hasn't said
the
that.
The question then is, do you want to know how they? Do you just want an explanation as to how they work, or would you sooner go, I don't know, or accept a false, something you know is false, but it gives you an explanation? Because that's at the crossroads you're at now. You've got explanations
Well, of
that
course,
are great in a
if
pub quiz and can make you sound clever as you give this nonsensical description that can be invalidated. Yeah. Do you want that, or do you want the knowledge that we don't know? And the realization
well,
that
if I have to, I'm perfectly fine with the concept of the sun being not what they tell you to. Hence, what the fuck is that?
Fine.
So
That's
I'm,
what Adam's
I'm
saying.
fine with the concept of what the fuck is that. It's just like, is there any knowledge that it's not fishy? Like, is there certain things? Is there are? Oh man.
No, you're doing really well.
Yeah.
You're expressing what it means to be discovering this truth, right? Suddenly, what does it matter if the Earth's flat or not, right? This is the answer. This guy right here, right now, this is the answer. Suddenly you go, well, what the hell is true? Then you suddenly stop trusting all of those empowered to give you the information that you can regurgitate. Well, then when you find out that just a little bit of it, actually a massive paradigm, isn't true and can be shown demonstrably to be wrong, you start questioning everything. And you're like, this guy,
Do you actually
I don't even know what.
how many things fall apart
Yeah.
when you start to
Yeah.
ask question? I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
all
know if
fall.
you remember because you seems like pretty navigated already, but like maybe you forgot how it feels when you just start.
No, I remember all too well, and that's why I empathise with you. I remember that feeling. Well, you don't know where the hell to begin. Where'd you start looking? Okay, so it seems to me like there's a lot of lies out there. Suddenly, it's a very big, scary world full of lies, and you've only just realised it. And half the people around you, when you try and point it out, will ridicule for it. So you're in a very dark place at the start. Now, I personally have converted that into the total antithesis of that, which is joy. Wow, I don't know. So there's just a world of discovery ahead of me. How amazing.
Yeah, not scared at all. Just curious.
Yep, like a kid again. It's wonderful.
Yep, the mystery comes back. You know that mystery you had when you were a kid and you're running around and you don't know what this is, you don't know what that is, you're touching everything, running around.
Precisely.
That mystery comes back because now you don't have like a cool fairy tale story to explain the things that you experience in real life.
right?
It's
So you're
almost
saying
like
where
the
do you
satanic
start? I
spell
would
has
say
been broken.
I would say you start with your own senses, right? And objective reality, right? The things that you could see, prove for yourself, right? Why are you laughing?
Exactly.
What the hell is the problem?
I just thought it's
There's
something
nothing
hilarious.
funny
All right,
about it.
go.
There's nothing funny
I'll
about
just
it.
go
It's
mute.
spot
Sorry,
on.
I'll let you know after the show.
All right.
Oh, you can't do that. It can't be an in-joke. What were you laughing at?
No, I can't say it.
You're still laughing? God, I've got to know.
No, it'll
I
ruin.
thought
Especially when
that
you're
was
laughing
profound,
rumpusly.
Chocolate.
Feel
What
in
the hell?
touch.
Now, just continue. He's a new flat earther. No, I'll just back off.
Okay.
No, dude, you gotta go now. You made me curious.
He's not
Come on,
going to.
strike away.
It's about you. What was Chocolate was saying? Don't worry about it. I'll deal with it when Nathan leaves.
Look, we've at least got the common decency to talk about you behind your back, my friend. It's the only reasonable way.
It's not
Oh, I
about
see.
him. It's about what Chocolate said. Nothing about him. Okay?
Okay. Just the only
Well,
tip
I
I'd
like
give you,
what
my friend,
Chocolate
is
said.
as you navigate the world of deception that you now find yourself in, and if you come across by chance an anti-flat earther / globe believer as you once were, and they start asking you to explain how things work on your flat earth, ask yourself this: did I accept this as how the world worked for me to be answering questions about it? If the answer is no, just tell them that. I didn't accept that as the way the world works. You've already done it with us. You're already on the right track.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, you
Got
say
no
it's flat.
doubt
You say you
about
can
it.
prove it. Just give me time to digest it at the very least. I'm not just going to accept it. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Even with us, best attitude to have. You're not going to just accept elevation angle measurements prove flat Earth off the bat, because it's a completely new concept in a new world, in a new paradigm
Also,
when you've just
because
faced
I'm
deception.
stupid and I don't know mathematics, so it takes a lot of time with me for something mathematically complex to sit in my mind.
A lot of it that's kind of irrelevant. What the important thing is, doesn't matter what we say, even if we put a really good pattern together. Your journey now is for you to go and prove it to yourself. You're clearly intelligent enough to read, so you don't have to be able to break down the mathematics. The conclusions are there, and as we've shown, mathematics doesn't explain anything. Yeah, it's just to stick with what you know and go and look at, as Chocolate says, look at the world, look at the explanations that are there. The world, the maths is cool, but the explanations, go look and go prove these things to yourself. Don't believe any bugger. Is the best advice we can give you.
Or just so it's even and balanced, you can, if you choose to, find a pre-packaged, already made belief structure, and there'll be a guru at the helm that you can buy into whatever crap they're telling you about free energy, ether, Bigfoot, whatever. There'll be people out there that want to replace your former belief in heliocentrism.
They're being modest. Just stay on Flat Earth Debate and you'll be okay. Take it from me.
Just stay
Yeah,
with
see,
these
that's the only thing that I'm interested about debates, because like I might not know math, or I might not know a lot of things, but I'm fairly, I think, okay when it comes down to smell bullshit. So I like to hear people talk.
I'm out, guys. See you
Well,
later.
I'd have 2 pieces.
Yeah, one day.
Thank you.
One on Monday if I go after it.
Yeah, one day.
So that's
Oh,
just
one
what
day
I need.
could
I
be-
need opinion pitted against each other.
Well, if I was to give someone who is brand new 2 pieces of advice when they're coming into this arena, number 1 would be just learn. If the maths will appear daunting, you don't have to learn loads of maths. Just learn the basic geometry of a circle. That is 90% of what the maths spoken about in this arena is. Because it's either going to be referencing that circle, which they'll be calling a globe, or it'll be referencing angles, which use protractors, which are semicircles. So most of the maths will be based around a circle, right? The second piece of advice I give to someone who's brand new is that don't make claims about things you can't prove. Don't make claims about the sun if you don't know what it is. Don't give it a height if you don't know what height it's at. You know, don't do stuff like that, and then you won't end up looking bad. You know, if I don't know what something is, I'm not going to claim I do. It's that simple. It's just be honest with yourself.
I agree. I agree 100%, and that's it is hard. Like Nathan, I think, was saying before. It's hard to when you first start to not plug in previous knowledge or like what you thought it was knowledge. So there's it turns into a trap that you can find yourself in at every turn.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I said stay on Flat Earth Debate, and go on QE's show, and you will learn a lot. Trust me, it happened to me.
Well, let me throw this at you. The Northern Lights, they may have something to do with the magnetic field. But I don't know. They may have. Now, that magnetic field is not being created by a central molten iron core. That is for sure. But that doesn't mean that the Northern Lights have nothing to do with the magnetic field. But you can't make a claim they do or they don't, because you don't know. But you can definitely make the claim that there is no central magnetic core. That's easily debunked.
Well, I
Think of
am
it that
not a physicist by trade, so I would not be able to make a hypothesis on a possible alternative. That's
Sorry,
why
what
I'm
did you say you
asking.
were by trade? What did you say your work was by trade?
I am a cook. I'm sorry.
You are.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. You're probably closer to a physicist than a lot of the heliocentrists we deal with.
Yeah, but it doesn't
Publius,
matter what you
I
do
can
as a day
say-
job.
I'm
No,
a
no,
construction
I'm not
worker.
joking.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No,
I mean, that
that's
doesn't
my
mean
day
anything.
job.
Well,
Yeah, but that doesn't
Publius,
matter
all I
what
can
you
tell
do.
you, Publius, I could tell you, rest assured, for my little time, 13 months as a member and a listener for about going on 2 years, this panel here has pretty much exposed the farces and the fallacies of all heliocentric claims, including Earth molten core and all that stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, all of those things are nothing but conceptual, conjectural, philosophical ideologies that people with badges and titles and accolades, undeserving, with names, Einstein on whatever, who you want to call it, have made a claim, and people in the public who don't know any better to refute it, take it for what it is because they feel these guys are smarter than them and they're not going to argue about it. So that's why they keep citing those same liars and those philosophical, conceptual, conjectural individuals. But rest assured, this.
You know what's the disconcerting part of all of this is I don't even believe that most of these people are doing this in a malignant way. It's just
they don't know any better.
Yeah, and they felt in their life in a place where they have to build their whole thing upon lies, and that's just like the rails they have been put on.
Correct. You have to be very careful how we at all costs try and avoid divining people's motivations. I know in today's show we've, to a certain extent, talked about the motivations of somebody and the reasoning behind ejecting them. But when it comes to the debate and the discussion about the nature of Earth, the motivations are irrelevant. You know, it doesn't matter. Now, you're still correct. The people who are perpetrating this is us. You, me, all of us. Now, were we nefarious or malignant in your description? No, absolutely not. Quite the opposite. I'm sure we were all quite maybe being
I'm sure there's a lot of people who are, but
they just don't know any better. There's only one exception that I can actually name. There's only one person I can say that's a liar. And that's astronauts. The ones that claim to go to a sky vacuum. They are liars.
Yes. Oh, yes.
But that's the only one I can give you.
Well, I could give another one. That would be any pilots who are claiming that they are accounting for flying around the globe. That is definitely a liar. Anyone who says that is a liar. Because they know from what they do the opposite of that. So, yeah, if it's somebody who works in a job, like a surveyor who's claiming to measure Earth curve, consistent Earth curve, that's obviously a liar. So if it's someone who's working in a job that deals with big distances or deals with something that's directly connected to the Earth, and any claims about it, and they're claiming something that you know is complete rubbish, then that person is a liar.
I am not convinced of that either, because I think that at some point each one of us in their life claim that they have seen the sun setting.
Yeah, but that's a different thing. That's only, the sun setting is something that you were told about. You were told what that was. You never got a chance to think about that or look into it. You were just told that this is caused by this thing, and that's why that thing happens, and that's what that is. So you never got a chance to actually investigate what that was or what it wasn't or anything else. Whereas somebody who is a surveyor or a pilot or claims to be an astronaut, and they're claiming that the Earth is a globe and that their work involves flying around a globe, measuring a globe, or leaving a globe to go to a heliocentric space, then that person is a liar. Now, there's lots of pilots out there who wouldn't know any different. They just do their work. They don't think about it. Lots of surveyors just do their work. They don't give it a second thought. But there is still surveyors and pilots. I know, and we all us know, because we dealt with them over the years, who do and have tried to claim that. And they've been liars. They're liars. They've been proven to be liars. Proven liars. So, but most people are just don't know any different. Just do what they do. That's that.
Right. Is that where we're going to end? It does certainly seem so. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making this extended after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, hopefully smashing the super chat, bailing me out of poverty via the PayPal link, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!